Hello, hello. It is Shanks draft preview time. Let's give it a chance. We just come from watching Bernard's game, and I took a quick break and give folks time to come on in. Welcome, Dwayne. Carlos is in here as well. Here comes Bernard. Everybody's sitting there saying, "Is Steve really going to show up?" Well, yes, I am. So I have got all the teams assembled, and I think I'm just going to do a league overview, fire up. Let's dig into each team by team. At the same time, trying to think, I've got a couple other things I wanted to share. I have the schedule, 162 game schedule, balanced out using the 1982 American League setup, where, and I'll give you an example of, I did some experimenting this morning on a different way to approach schedules in action that I've never taken the time to do. So I've learned some really cool things and give you some tips on that. I've worked a little bit on. I think I've got logos now for every team. I've got the team names and mascots correct. I've got them assigned to the right year and ballpark, and I just have to, before I do any broadcasts, I want to take a look at the actual park photos now that we've got other ones in there and really kind of highlight or enhance and improve and really pick the ones that I want to show off when I'm doing a broadcast. I will make all of these available to the community, meaning on our Discord, once I get a zip that'll have all the logos, that way you can unzip those and put them into your file if you want to have it look the same as I will. And for those that will broadcast, Big Clue, Beatles, MV, welcome. I will also share the files. I'll put them in a smaller zip for for our league, all the home field files that I've got, if anybody wants to use them, as well as the photo pack, which I think the rest of this weekend and early next week I will be able to knock out. So I think, sometime mid next week I can have all the window dressing edited, any potential errors caught, that those of you that see, because I'll be sharing the file here in a bit with you, and we could be ready to roll in just a matter in less than a week. With some quality control. I did find some interesting things in action. Sometimes when I had to look at a couple different things on players that I imported in that their original parks. So I've double checked all that, making sure that nobody was imported in a neutral park, that they're coming from the right, universe that they came from. So yeah, pretty excited. And while we're on this thing, if you don't mind, I'd like to run a sim. You guys let me know and we can vote on this. I'd like to kind of sim out a little mock-up, because what I did, let me pull up the file. Here's some things that I did. We have two divisions. Who are in these divisions? Well, let me tell you. I took I think it was the lineup or draft order. I forget where it was, kind of random, and just put them in here. And you can see we've got Philadelphia. That is, take a look at Philadelphia right off the bat. This is Ken Castro. You go into modified team, we can see. I know I'm going to update his Philly smoke show. He wants to get a silhouette of a classy stripper on there. So good luck. I'll be finding that, and I'll enhance that one. There's a couple others I want to enhance as well. Looking for a bucket of chicken, um, specifically for Clue. Here we go. We got Ken Castro, Philadelphia Smoke Show. He's in Baker Bowl, 1918. And let's take a look at his pitching staff. Let's get real stats on, because I was running some tests, seeing if there's any issues. Bite me, Clue. Oh, what's MV? Please don't sim anything. Hasn't MV sufficiently humiliated? Oh, and here we go. Here we go. Stand by, folks, because I've got a call all ready to go. Let's see if either of these two gentlemen are willing to join me because we had a nice conversation yesterday. Yes. Is this MV coming in?
Goodness. No, this is
Oh,
Clue.
Clue is here. Will
Yep.
MV be joining us? That's the big question. Oh, 1 second. He's going to let me know.
Shots fired.
There's always some great banter. The three of us had a call yesterday.
There you go. Bite me. Beatles taught me that one. You think?
He's coming up with some new insults.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what I like to, and those you can see the pictures as we go through here that I still have to do, right? I've a lot of these we've done in the first two iterations of Shanks. Now we're in the third, and I think we've really landed on a format that from this approach going forward, we can build off of it.
Yeah.
So I'll be having these folks. But hey, let's take a look at this team. Here's his pitching staff.
Nice.
Oh, it's MV in the house. So thanks for joining me, gentlemen, because I'm interested as we look at these different teams and getting a couple other opinions than just mine on what you think of this. So this is Ken Castro in the first division here, the Philadelphia Smoke Show. These are the old timers, right? The defunct and the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
Anything stand out here?
Can you hear me, Steve?
Yes, I can.
Hey guys. Let's get into this now.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Oh, what are we looking at? I haven't even got my YouTube up. 1 second.
Half that rotation is Hall of Famers or should be Hall of Famers.
Look at the innings pitch that this Philadelphia team has. He has 5 pitchers over 460 innings.
Yeah.
So
was Ken assuming we were going to have a 200-game season?
I don't think he could tampen down any of those innings pitched, right? When you get the dead ball players, he's got some good ones here. If we highlight by whip, which is one of my favorites.
The whip is my favorite stat.
With those pitchers, I wouldn't imagine he even needs a reliever. They'll just all pitch complete games.
Exactly. And I don't, well, he does. He has Jonathan Papelbon in there as a true reliever. Should be interesting. Batter-wise, let's take a look at what he did batter-wise here. And let's cycle that by OPS.
Good control pitches there, actually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's got 2 Gold Glove third basemen with Schmidt and Rowland.
Schmidt does well, depends on the stadium, but Schmidt does reasonably well. In Shanks 2, I think it was.
Does anybody have Dan Bruthers?
Yeah, somebody
else does. Yeah.
Philadelphia. Yeah.
Trying to think here. Cap Anson, that's a great season, 371, right? So he's got Ed Delahanty. That's big OPS numbers for old school. Billy Hamilton there with speed. Now, we'll see. Interesting. He's got a dedicated pre-1900 bunch of players, but he also has some modern Phillies. He's got Dykstra on this team. So it'll be fun.
He's shortstop fielding.
Let's take a look at what position.
Yeah, the shortstop looks a little weak, but I'm fielding, not anything else.
Well, let's take a look. He's got Larry Boa.
Okay, let's have a look.
I don't know how much of a delay we have, MV. A few seconds, so I'll leave it up here, but I'm just cycling by position here.
I can see the light. Yeah.
Larry Boa. So you got at second base. Okay, second base could be a little rough.
Yeah, that's good.
The shortstop, that'll be a hole in his lineup. So
on the batting side, on the bat.
Yeah.
Oh, second base will be rough.
Yeah, it will be. Well, a little bit. I mean, he's got Bill Hallman there that can get innings, but not very good.
So I'm just go back to second base. If it were you, I'm just throwing this out there because Ken may see this. If my starter is a 3 fielder at second base, Why on earth not just play Ed Delahanty there as a 1? What's the difference between a 3 and a 1? It can't be that significant.
And this is a
That
great point Bernard brought up.
There might be
Of
a position penalty then.
let's take a look at how the position penalties work. So, for example, you're talking about Delahanty. Let's pull him up.
Yeah.
He is a 1 at second, but let's highlight this. For any of you that want to see this in the game and didn't know, you go to fielding, and you can see right here all the positions they're rated at. And it'll also show what I just hit on this question mark right here. And this will show you if you play them out of position what the penalty is. So you'll see he's rated in left, and the game will allow you to move them to other outfield positions. But you'll see if he goes to center, he's dropping to a 2 and a 4 over in the right field, and they get a hit on their fielding percentage.
It's interesting. I've never seen that
Yep.
before.
So if you get over here and see what they're actually rated at and want to see this extra, how the game will manage that, just hit this question mark right there, and it'll show you that. So you'll see like a center fielder can move to left or right with less of an impact than a corner
Yeah.
moving to center. A shortstop can move to other infield positions with less degradation than, a first baseman moving to short, things like
Yeah.
that. And let's
So
take a
that
look at a
that's
shortstop.
adhering. Their deductions are adhering largely to the theory of the defensive spectrum. Then, so
Yes.
that's good.
So you
Yeah.
take Larry Boa right here in fielding, he's a 10. But what if
Mm.
I moved him to second? Even though he didn't play, but what if in this game I moved him to second? I hit the question mark here, and you'll see he's a 10 at short, but he'll go down to a 3 if we move him to these other positions he didn't play. And the shortstop even gets a 1 versus a 0 in the outfield.
Clever. That's really clever. I never saw that
Yeah.
before. Okay, so Ken's okay, really, if he messes
Oh yeah,
around with it.
sure. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
sacrifice. Do you want to have a little bit of a reduction in fielding and all that good stuff? So, I mean, he's got an interesting team with a lot of great old players, but also a Mike Schmidt, right? Bobby Abreu. So he's got some interesting mix there. Dick Allen.
You can see why even in
He,
the late 1800s there was, I would argue, a larger disparity between good hitters who weren't fielding well and good fielders who didn't hit particularly well. We have so many guys with, for their time, longer careers that were glove men only in the 19th century than we do afterwards. It's
Yes.
actually quite startling.
No, you bet.
So
That's it's interesting. And what I say is when I look at these, I see some of the interesting little nuances to it. And that's part of the fun of the research. Some of these things stand out. So let's go to team 2 over here in the division. That would be the Mudville Nines making a repeat. Got their logo. They are in Sportsman Park down here. Let's take a look at what we have for pitching. Got a lot of pitchers. Interesting. He's going with 12 pitchers. I've got it sorted by the best whip. Josh Hader in relief.
that's a
Great
great whip
whip.
out of the bullpen.
yeah. Did Aaron
Not
pick
funny.
this one for Beatles also, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not
The Beatles
bad.
has a interesting team.
He did. He has a pretty good team. Yeah.
I can
1, 2,
also
3, 4 pitchers with 10 Ks per 9 innings on the staff. Wow.
and you'll see
Wow.
Carson Kelly, who probably pitched in an emergency. I don't like looking at those goofy things on my pitcher. So if anybody doesn't know this, you can right click on him and hit modify and choose to not see him over there because you're never going to use him as a pitcher. So you just come out and display with. Now I don't have to look at that guy that's never going to pitch. But anyway,
I didn't know that either. That's good.
Mike Caldwell, 22 game winner. I mean, he's got some good pitching.
It's a neat logo.
I see stamina as being a bit of an issue.
I've had some fun
games
searching for logos for everybody in the league. Here's his batters. Let's just do it by at bats, so we can kind of see the more prominent folks here. But well, maybe it's better.
Wow,
Maybe we
look at
just
that
go by
power.
position. He does have a lot of
Yeah, that's how
power.
I did.
But I think if
Yeah,
we just
Yeah,
go by position, here's catchers up at the top. He's got 3.
I think
or OPS.
he has
Yeah.
something like 13 or 14 players with 20 home runs or more.
Mm,
So
Oh
yeah,
yeah, look at all of them. He's got a bunch of home runs.
real
Fielder,
Murphy
Harper,
solid.
Wallbank. Yeah,
Dave May, Carlos Gomez. So Surhoff may be his main catcher. Johnny Estrada, first base. He's got a
Mm.
good Cecil Cooper.
Robin Yacht not make it. Oh yeah,
never
he's
He's
know.
dead.
there.
Is he? Yeah.
Those pitchers will never play. Yeah, on Kin's team.
Exactly.
Let's
Oh, I hate to see it
let's
go,
be
Dwayne.
honest. What's the ideal pitching rotation? Right? It's one guy who can go the whole game, every game of the season, if that were possible. Right?
Yes.
So the more starters in your rotation, the more watered down. The greater the chance of the starter not being as effective. So yeah, it's just a balancing act, figuring out what works the best for any
Don
given team.
Money. There's a interesting character, Don
Yeah.
Money.
Yep.
Studying this
Third
lineup
base,
so
Jeff
much. Yeah.
Cirillo, Paul Molitor. He's got Molitor that can play third or a little short.
Yeah.
Not many Hall of Famers in the team, though. Strangely.
In a new franchise
Yeah.
and a
Yeah,
long-time franchise, that's a
it's
shock.
going to be
Yeah.
difficult. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's
Yes.
true. It's
It's got
true.
Yount at short, but
There were this his draft brought back memories for me. So guys like Vukovic had the 1 year, Caldwell, BJ Surhoff was a rookie of the year contender before disappearing.
Mm,
Things like that. So Teddy Higuera probably uh, has their
he has
single
it.
that '88 season he
yep.
grabbed is probably the Brewers' best single pitching season until the last couple of years with Corbin
Mm,
Burns, Brandon Woodruff, and Hayter and those guys.
Yeah, he's got a Gold Glove on defense and center.
Yeah,
You got Christian Yelich to play all 3 outfield positions. He's
that's
got
a cool
Tommy
point.
Harper that he can move around. So yeah, Beatles will have
yeah,
some
Harper can
fun.
feel
But
good.
the OPSs, am I looking at this right? They're not the highest, or is it not sorted that way?
They are
Just looking
sorted
at it.
this way right now.
Right, I can see the pictures now. And yeah, okay. Yeah, now I see it. Yeah. Interesting.
It is interesting. Now, what I did do, and you can see some of the, it's not showing the lineups, but the depth is, I went and ran the player quality and had it just set up computer lineups, right? I know John has sent me some stuff. I haven't done any tweaking to any lineups other than
Yeah.
I went in and took off all the settings we've learned are horrible. I went in and
Yeah.
assigned things just like this under manager. When you go to
Yeah.
generate default manager here, I went and made sure that I didn't touch any of these. I generated the pitching depths, but only after we used the manager preferences. And
Yeah.
in that, I went here, and it always shows
Mhm.
real life, but you can toggle it and hit player quality. This will come up, yes, and then I always hit it again just to make sure, and it'll generate your lineups. I removed that advanced from lineup 1 to lineup 2, and I've got
Yeah.
everybody set to just lineup versus 1 versus left. Um, I
Yeah, that's
have,
how we.
yep,
Those
just
two
like
look good.
this. Yep.
Yes, perfect.
The other thing I have handed on, because when I run this little demo here on our broadcast today, let me go back out to tools before we go into the next team. I can kind of tell you how I've got this set up. I'm trying something that I think we discussed at the last one that we noticed with left-handed pitchers, which means I'm trying out the draft league left-handed pitcher boost because I think MV, if I'm not mistaken, we saw left-handers
Yeah,
getting killed, and this option is in there
Koufax
to
got
help
killed.
offset a little bit of that with the ability with these big draft
Yeah,
leagues to stack righties all up against lefties.
yeah, we need the boost. Definitely need the boost.
So we'll see how that does. Anybody that has below 50 plate appearances is going to generic split them. We've got the DH on 162 season length. Any of
What
you
about
that
the interleague, Steve?
what
Interleague.
it's all one league because
Also one league. Okay. Yeah.
correct. So if we had interleague, it would be this. I think anybody wants to
Yeah.
know if you see them here. Interleague, it would be me taking like 7 of these and moving them over to this side, over to the right side. So we don't really have
Gotcha.
an
Gotcha.
AL. I can rename the divisions in that.
I hear you. No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And when it comes to the rules, so I've got it on standard batter pitcher average. We can keep it this way, or we can just say cross era historical.
One question, Steve, for you on the settings. So I think it was Shanks 2 where we saw a lot of, no, Shanks 1, where we saw some issues with the AI. But it wasn't so much the AI; it's more the settings that we put in there, really.
Correct.
One thing I learned from that was earned runs allowed. So in my league, for example, my 82 league, I set it so that if they're giving up 5 earned runs, they're out. Or
Yes.
maybe 6, I think I have it. Have we got that set as a default on here?
Let's take a look at that. I'll run right over
Yeah,
there. So
because
rosters,
that stops
no
people being
limits.
shelled for like 9 minutes. Yeah,
Yep. No limit. We have the ability for one game, multi-game, and I just turned on post games. No limit to the maximum, and it's using the player's real durability ratings. This is the
yeah,
box MV's talking about that we shut off, which is allowing the general manager to do roster changes. Really irrelevant because we don't have any roster limits, so that's good.
yeah,
Usage, I've set it to anything over 150% of their real
yeah.
life gets
That's what we
reduced
had
by
last time.
20%. So
Yeah,
that's pretty liberal use of the playing percentage. We have miscellaneous, the same stuff on, where it's going to give us the analysis outcome box, things like that. Nothing to do with quick play on that. And info, the name of the league, and what I've done, just so those of you that know, is I've created a subfolder, and that's where I drop my players.
yeah.
And I've got as I create new ones, I just drop them in here. Here's the nice Howie Shanks logo that Beatles created for us. And yeah,
That's good. That's good.
so
That's
I'm going to
good.
pull up a roster. Let's go to MVs. We've done Philadelphia, Mudville. Let's pull up Manchester. I know Big Clue's dying to comment on this team. So let's talk about what
Look
you
and
were
weep, Blue.
explaining.
Look and weep.
Let's look at manager
Right.
preferences for you. So what we have now is you could say pull starter after allowing whatever. This would be a global setting, right, for your staff.
Yeah.
You could do that.
I think I have. Yeah, that's it. So 5 for me. Because of my bullpen, I'm quite happy to have those 5. Yeah, that's something that we could also
All
set
pitchers have
generically.
been
But
updated.
cool.
And then what I
That's
think
it.
we may see is when we go to look at your pitchers, for example, let's go look at Clayton Kershaw. When we pull on him, we can see how he's being managed individually right here.
And then what I did was
And
exactly what you're suggesting.
and you'll notice when you went into that setting, now when you pull up him individually, see it stuck. Pull after 5 runs. So when you go into that manager preferences, you can globally assign that to your whole staff, but you could come in here and tweak it. Once you have everybody
Yeah,
set to 5, you could say, hey, I'm going to let Kershaw go up to 7, right?
yeah. That's how I want it. And now I
Yeah.
can tweak my manager profile
Yep.
anyway, and everyone can do their own. But yeah, that's the default setting that I think
Perfect.
worked last. I learned from Shanks 1. Yeah,
Let's see. This is a little bit of your lineup right here. Let's take a look at it. You'll see the Manchester Red Bull. It's a little more of a fierce logo. You're opening up against Deerfield Beach, which is RJL, just so you know. That's what
oh,
Deerfield
RJ was
Beach is.
making me laugh in Discord. He was like, he can't
Oh, yeah.
wait.
Oh, he was like, yeah, we got to go.
I gotta eat now. I want it
Let's
now.
take a look at maybe you just go by
I'm
whip.
happy with the team. I'm very happy. Look at the whip. Look at the whip. Look at Kershaw.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And you've got starters with good whip, right? Some of the relievers have it, but you're really good there.
I think the Red Bolts are coming to a town near you
This
soon.
might be
Yep.
the best staff you've had.
I think my very first Ned McGreevy had Walter Johnson and Grover Alexander, Jack Feast, and Tim Keefe. The problem with Keefe, he can go lots of innings, but he's wild. He's pretty wild,
Wow.
Tim Keefe. But yeah, I was happy with that. I did do it in my head.
There's some
Beginning, it
pictures
was
I
the
need
last
for you.
one.
There's 4
So
pictures I need for you and your staff. I need to get Gus Mancuso for you, but yeah, we've got.
yeah,
Here's your OPS. Let's look at that.
yeah, very happy with that. I
Uh,
didn't realize how good a player Babe Herman was. What a player!
yeah, let's take a look at your positions here. Catchers. Yeah, Posey. You
Not
got
the best.
Puzzy, and
I
look at Gus
suppose, but yeah,
Mancuso.
I don't know why I picked. I know Mancuso's a decent player, but he's only going to be the backup, really.
Yeah.
So I could have chose a better catcher, backup catcher. But
I think Zach
Still good
Wheat's.
hitting.
Zach Wheat's
Yeah,
in
that
there.
weight. Yeah, Zach Wade. Yeah, but I think this will be a nice speed at the top with Steve Sachs, and having Sachs and
Yep.
either Bancroft. I'm quite happy with the team.
You got
Very
Steve
happy.
Garvey.
Yeah, I got Johnny Mize,
Take a look at
Adrian
second base.
Beltre.
So Steve Sachs is going to start at second over Jackie Robinson.
Well, depends on who I'm playing and which stadium. Well, I know the stadium, but yeah, defensively he will. But Jackie may be my DH,
Let's take a look.
and
Let's
Jack
dig.
can
Let's
play.
dig into these two and see with the era adjusted OPS
The
plus. What does it
mad
look like?
scientist at work.
So here's the OPS plus
You know
142
me.
with Stacks Sacks, and then Jackie. Can he beat a 142? He does. 156. That's something to think about because this number is going to take in two strange things. His 332 in this league may not be equivalent to this 308
Yeah,
in
yeah, I
Jackie's.
agree.
I'm just throwing that
But
out
I'm
there.
happy. Yeah, I'm happy with the overall defense.
George Davis can
Outfield's not the
play
best.
some few
Yeah, Davis is
positions.
good. Yeah, very
Beltre.
good.
Shortstop. Oh, you got two giant
Two
shortstops.
great shortstops. Yeah. Well,
Left
Bond's an
field.
athletic young Barry Bonds as well.
8. Wheat center. Pete Reiser.
Yeah, Pistol Pete.
You got Mookie Betts that can go center or right. Let me see. Yeah,
Yeah.
Whoa, boy, you do have a couple decisions. Do you put Sacks in and DH Jackie, or do you? I can see some
Now, Sack
potential
might
of Mel
start.
Ott.
Sack Metlock might even ride the bench. I kind of know the team I'm going to put out. When we do a bit of spring training, I'll see. I'll see. Well,
Nice. All right, let's get over to this side again. This is a team.
mm,
I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to let everybody know. I'm not going to tell you what I've seen. I've run 4 replays, and none of them have come out with the same division leaders.
it's tight.
Yes. And this is with
That's a
the
good.
computer. This is before anybody's done any tweaking or
Yeah.
wanted to do anything to their lineups. And we'll get to see one here as I run it. We can take a peek at what we're seeing here. But here's Todd. Let's
It's
look
tight.
at this OPS.
Wow. Ah, Joe, Shooter's Joe.
He's got some power on this team.
Is that 1953 Al Rosen? Because he's really good.
Yeah. And the other cool
That
thing,
guy is
this is
awesome.
my great view to make sure that people were assigned to the right park and there were no neutral park misses from any of the action files. Is this bio file? Because then this is a good view to kind of if you ever wanted to remember what year you're using and things like that.
Oh yeah.
It's 53 Al Rosen, and then you can see the stadium that those stats are coming from.
That's interesting. I didn't know that either.
This is very useful for me in doing this tab to come to.
Mm. Now this team looks dangerous. I don't know about the pitching, but definitely
Let's
it
take a
is
look at them. There we
awesome.
go.
This may be one of the favorites right now,
They
Cleveland.
got that 1968 Louis T on.
Oh my God, look at that. Cleveland, my God.
I think we have a balance in this league that we haven't had in the first
Yeah,
two. I
yeah,
could just see
definitely.
that putting the teams together.
Bob Feller may not even reach the rotation at this rate, looking at this team. My God.
Yeah, this is a good team. He'll be in Progressive Field. I got his card. Same logo.
The only thing that may hit him is injuries, if injuries come in. His
Yes,
pitching
and we
stuff.
do have those on, right? So, and that's the other thing. You can run one sim and think some teams are 20 games in front of another, and then one or two key injuries on those teams can really flip things around. I've seen that because I've gone back in some of these replays I've done and looked at the injury report. Um, I'm a
Mm,
little concerned because I think two out of three of those Ty Cobb missed close to a third
he
of the
did.
season, if not half, twice. On when I looked at mine, I'm like,
I
oh
lost
boy.
A Rod. I lost A Rod for like 2 months last and
And
Shanks too.
here's clue. These are the Kentucky Colonels. You can see the Colonel Sanders logo down here. And I've got him in the. I took Palace of the Fans that somebody had built out in MLB The Show 23, and then I had a
Mm.
little bit of fun. Maybe I can pull this one up here.
Oh, look at that pitching stuff. My God.
I'm gonna take a little detour right here and just show this
Right.
park that I did for Clue.
Oh, look at those photos.
So where are we gonna go? Oh, we're gonna go. Palace of the Fans.
Wow.
So let's see if I can pull this up. Somebody can see some of these parks here that I've done. I put some more specific signage out here because if you get these out of the show, they have like modern things. So I tried to get rid of some of the modern signage and at least go
It's
back.
true.
And some of them are specific to the Cincinnati area.
You just take a screenshot, don't you, Stephen, and download it. That's what you do with MLB The Show. 'Cause
Correct.
I've got
Yeah.
it as well.
Yeah,
And
that looks great.
It looks really good.
And so anyway, we're gonna have some fun with that one. But here's his team. Let's look at his staff. Look at the whip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 under 1.
How many relievers?
Well, look at those. I mean, he's got straight Bill Henry, Chapman, Tyler Clipper. He's got 5 straight relievers on this team.
Pedro as well. Max Scherzer, Pedro Martinez, 1-2 starter. Noodles Hahn, Jose Rio. Wow.
And I've just got to tell you, this Jose Rio was the in one of the replays. I remember him sitting on top of the ERA.
Wow.
Let's look at his ERA plus 163. I always like looking at this. Look at Bill Henry, 407 ERA plus. That is just crazy.
Jeez.
Chapman 185. These numbers are high. 224. I mean, anything close to 200 is really good. Look at this Rob Murphy, 538. Yeah, that's pretty good staff. I like Clue's just sitting back letting us admire.
Which year was Pedro from?
Which one?
Pedro Martinez. What year? Which year was it?
97.
97.
97.
Wow.
Expos.
His first Cy Young.
Yeah. It's like very matter of fact. It's just his first Cy Young.
Yes, just the first one. So we've got, he's got Bryce Harper. You can see he's got 3. Yeah, and he's got some speed on that team. Eric Davis, Trey Turner, Barry Larkin. I mean, Joe Morgan. Let's not forget that. Tim Raines. I mean, he's got some stolen base potential on this team. And he's got some gold glovers. I mean, he's got Carter at catcher here. First base, Votto's a 9. He is not. Joey Votto a 9. Second base a 10. So he's got some defense.
Yeah, the last two versions of Shanks, my teams were more offense heavy with the hitters, and I tried to go more pitching and defense this time.
Yeah, Trey Turner, Barry Larkin. It's got Frank Robinson.
Joe Morgan, is that an early 1970s Joe Morgan?
74.
Right.
Eric Davis. And then he's got 2 Gold Glove outfielders with Davis and Pete Rose.
That's a massive Gold Glovers there. My God, they've done well there. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Sam Crawford. Look at these DH options, right? Because you've got Rose that can play right or Harper. You got Sam Crawford. He's got Larry Walker. Mike. I know his scheme for Mike Dolan, but I mean, he's got a lot of good DH potential here.
Wow.
Canada, the Canada A's.
Wow.
World's
worst gamer, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to tell you something. Don't sleep on this team. This team is better than I remembered even just on the draft, because where you're so busy, it's hard until you get them on this file to look at the assembled teams.
Yeah.
Look at this team.
We're not some bullpen wars, it looks like. It's really good relievers in the league.
Yes. I don't know. It'll be interesting how some of these pitchers don't stand out, right? I mean, is Shockey how are they going to play? Halladay, Stan Bonson. It's a great year for Bonson. How are they going to play? Carl Mays. But that'll be fun to see how they actually sim out.
Yeah.
His batters. He's got a Lou Gehrig, DiMaggio and A-Rod up there with some severe. Well, and then George Bell is just under.
The Yankees, did the Yankees take Clemens away from the Red Sox because as revenge when the Red Sox took Ruth away from the Yankees?
Possibly.
I didn't notice that, but that's Hmm.
This team looks really loaded.
Yeah, so catcher-wise, got Munson and Berra. And what's interesting, I've noticed the computer is playing Munson as the main starter, right? And I could see that being a great platoon.
I
Garrett,
can't. And you have Ricky Henderson as well. Oh my goodness.
yeah, should Garrett get hurt, with his feeble rating, you got Mattingly to back him up.
Yeah.
Three
Oh,
79 batting average.
Sternweiss had 55 steals that year. I didn't realize that.
Yep. So he's got two great options there at second base. Of course, Joe Gordon with the power.
Yeah.
Um,
But Sternweiss has a Gold Glove. He's got 55 steals and a 389 on base is pretty darn good.
yeah,
This is Ricky Henderson's first Shanks appearance, isn't it? Don't think he's made it before.
I don't either.
I don't remember.
Ricky.
Yeah.
No, he
So
would have
he's
stood
got
out a
some.
little
He's
bit.
got several options at third base. A partial Boggs when he was playing for the Yankees. Shortstop. Okay, he's got a year there where A-Rod was pretty much a third baseman and played a little short. So he's a little
Right.
shy at short.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't see either Derek Jeter or Tony Fernandez on this team.
Probably didn't
Yes.
get the years.
Yeah.
Left field.
That's a
He's got
really
Ricky.
solid team.
Got George Bell that can play out there. His center field. Of course, you've got DiMaggio.
Who's Reggie Repos?
Roger Repos. He was with the Angels for a while, and who else? Kansas City.
I wonder why.
Trying to
I
think.
wonder why he was drafted. I was looking
Late 60s player, mid 60s player. He was just in Bernard's game today.
Was he? He
Yeah.
did well. I've never heard of him. I must admit.
So there's some talent on this team. Going to be
I
interesting.
love the flag, by the way. I love the logo.
Canada. I've
Yeah,
kept
that.
my Coyotes here, and I
It's the big reveal.
I don't feel as confident as I have with my pitching staff the last year.
No Bob gives to
Dwight Gooden.
Because he doesn't have the best
And Mike
rotation
Scott.
in the league.
Yeah, two Shanks in a row. How lucky is that?
Boy, that rotation does really help. But yeah, I've got a great Verlander year. We'll see how this plays out in the all-time greats league. Got Ed Summers.
You hit on Nolan Ryan when that 73.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of strikeouts, right?
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, though, because I look at Whip a lot, but that's not the only thing, is it? Because I'm thinking, Steve doesn't have any, say, 800 whips, which is rare anyway, to be honest. Doesn't have many starters at 900 whips, but he's got solidity all the way through his pitching staff.
Yeah, and I've got some power here.
Yeah.
Good defense.
I got a 419 batting Ty Cobb. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, if I'm catcher, I've got Freehan, who's a Gold Glove. It'll be interesting to see because this is based off his '68 season. So I don't, will they? Let's take a look at his OPS. Yeah, 147 is pretty good. I mean, that's a good average back in 1968 for that season.
Speed.
First base, I've got Greenberg, Carew, Fielder.
Shortstop, man, you really missed out on a Trammell season, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
Phillips was, I think, one of my first picks, and he's really become crucial as I'm looking at my lineup because I don't really have a great left fielder, and he may be the left fielder. I got Cabrera because of his bat. George Kell's there. Shortstop, average.
Johnny Bastler. I remember Johnny Bastler. I had him in Shanks too.
Gus Zernial, part-time pinch hitter. Davy Jones. This is really a weak area for me right here. I mean, I guess I could choose to take a little bit of defensive hit and put K-Line out there. But then I'd also take a right field hit because if we look at right field, I move him. I really only have Phillips as a 6 or Heilman. So that's kind of a tough spot right there. And I got Trout probably sitting on the bench or pinch hitting or DHing behind
Unbelievable. Cobb. In what league does Mike Trout ride the bench? That's crazy.
Yeah. Joe Murray was saying something. He said, I don't know if Randy Johnson is in this league. He's the only one I think. Yeah, he's definitely there, Joe.
Oh,
he made it.
Yep.
He wasn't very good in Shanks too, by the way.
Good point, Bernard. About Clemens, I didn't.
And here is the at Milbos Braves, which stands for Atlanta, Milwaukee, Boston Braves. And they
Is that
are,
wait?
yeah, that's John DFW's team here. And he has sent me like lineup requests. I just haven't manually put this in. I will before the season of like what he wants his left and
Yeah.
right lineup and depth to be. But you can see pitching wise here, he's got a couple of low ones.
Power.
I want to see a game between the Braves here and Robert's team and watch Andrew Jones rob a home run from one of Robert's players. After all his complaining last night about that.
Andrew Jones. He
Yeah,
was in Shanks.
this will be interesting. Yeah.
There's so many more players made it this time, but yet still, so many Hall of Famers did not even get close to getting drafted. It just seems really strange. Is it because we had more people? I suppose so. And the range of the way the draft was is so interesting. There, and
Yeah,
Aaron, he played well for
making
you,
myself
Steve.
a note.
Yeah, he went third base last time.
Yeah, and I sacrificed the 2 rating or whatever he had, and it worked out. So take a look at his batters, OPS wise. Yeah, he's got some good bats there.
Bernard says, just have the computer do his lineups and rotation. It's exactly what I did, Bernard, in
Oh, Bernard, wait,
Letting
we're
Crazy.
going to see it. We're going to see. They've done it already based on quality. So you're going what you see is what you get, right? You'll be coming up here in a moment. You Duffy, look at this season.
Wow.
Chipper Jones, George. So
440 average. That's unfair.
he's got. Let's see what his OPS is.
They should
186.
be
Yeah.
banned.
Oh yeah.
George Sister 419.
Yeah, he's got some hitters here.
It's almost unfair.
We look at he's got Joe Torre. And Biff
Yeah.
Pacaraba, catcher. First base, Eddie Murray and Sisler. But, Murray's a nice guy to be able to possibly DH. Bobby Gritch.
Wow, that's a good team. That's another good team. They're not in my division, are they? I hope not.
Yes, I think so.
Oh,
No, they're
jeez.
not.
Hey.
Chipper, shortstop. He's got Vern Stevens, Jeff Blauser, Soriano in left. Hey, how about Jeff Burrows made it? Andrew
Eddie
Jones is
Murray,
in
Arlen
center.
Cliff.
He can play Aaron over and right. And there he is. An
Cliff,
interesting team. So
Great.
he's not in yours.
Sisler.
So that wraps up. We've just seen your team, Manchester, from the we'll call one the Shanks division, and then we've got the Bingo division.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at
He's
Long
my
Island.
favorite.
Long Island. This team is owned by Legends.
All right. Here he
Steve,
is.
I have a question. Did you use did you duplicate a schedule from the 1977 to 92 American League then?
I did. And in doing
Okay.
so, I found a way to easily do this in action because I think most people gripe about their automatic schedule generator. And I like the ones that, I don't want we play 3 and then everybody has the same day off and then everybody matches up
Yeah.
because it's not what the MLB
Yeah.
does. So I was able this morning to test out my export, making my changes in Excel and re-importing it, and it was great. And I'll kind of show everybody how I did that. Let's see what we got here for Legends. Now, this is a good team.
Not lacking in power, no?
Look at Howie Shanks, a super utility guy.
How he sent me. It was pretty in touch.
Yes, he is. And look at the pitchers. He's got Ed Walsh. That's a really great starter here with tons of innings. And look at that low whip. Walter Johnson's on this team.
Jeez.
Wow.
He's got Mike Marshall, who ate up a ton of innings as a reliever, right? This team, when you look at it, it's one of those things where he got some really good years for the players he did.
This is looking tight. I thought I'd run away with it this year. No chance. This is, you can't. I'm waiting for you to pick that
It's like, yeah, you thought.
You know,
Chris
you're so
Sale.
confident when you
Yeah.
pick your team, and then all of a sudden
Oh,
you
I
start to
know.
see
It's the
everyone
way it
else's
is.
team.
Deerfield
Jeepers.
Beach.
3 lefty starters in his rotation.
Yep.
Wood, Sale, and Pierce. Man, oh man.
Deerfield
This is
Beach Bucks. This is the high
this is
school
progress
that
team.
RJO went to, and so this is his team here. He's in 1971 Three Rivers. Um, he's got a lot of pitchers. He's got 40. I think he has the biggest staff at 14, and he's
The
got
little
some
center
good
field,
ones.
he said.
He's got Ed Cannonball Morris there as a starter.
It's not bad, not bad.
Seaver.
Check out the call.
Oh yeah. When it goes to batters, let's take a look at any OPS. Does not have Paul Wainer
That's
is
kind of
his
strong.
highest OPS. So
Uh,
he's still got power in there.
yep.
Oh, they got Piazza for me. I was desperate to get Piazza.
Another guy with those 2 Hall of Fame Clemente, Gold Glove's what I'm trying to say. I see the 10, I'm saying Hall of Fame. It's Gold Glove, but he's got Clemente and Parker. Clemente could play center if he wanted. And you know what? I think Clemente's going to have to play center.
Yeah, there's someone's going. Yeah.
Doesn't
There's no
really
one
have a
there.
center fielder.
Got
Bernard
2 great
Gilkey.
right fielders. Yeah, David Wright.
He's got a couple good shortstops. He's got Archie Vaughn
Every
there.
team is stacked.
David Wright, Eduardo Alfonso. Yeah, he's got Felix the Cat Milan and
Yeah.
Robinson Cano.
Piazza behind the plate. I mean, yeah, he's got power galore.
Yes.
Pete Alonso. Wow.
And here comes Bernard, the Las Vegas Gamblers. I like this logo. Baseball 24/7. They'll play. There's no time restrictions out there. Play
Did he
anytime.
pick my man? Did he pick my man Cy Young?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Bernard, really, it's Vegas is the city that never sleeps, isn't that right?
Vegas Gamblers. Love that name.
Yeah.
Don't want to see
Jimmy
Fox
Fox.
on this side, but yeah, let's take a look at the whip with Elmer Myers.
Yeah, this guy. And his penalty won't be too bad.
Elmer Steele. He's got a great Cy Young year. So let's see what he does. I know Envy, you're curious to see if he does better or worse, but you're hoping for worse.
Much worse.
Yeah.
Look at here.
That's incredible.
Now I can get rid. I saw my double
Elmer
Ernie
Myers.
Short.
That's the best whip I've seen.
Yeah.
This guy Heifer done part 2.
That's the best whip you've seen, really?
I think so.
Not the one that Mel wields over you.
It's actually the other way around. But
Oh wow!
Oh jeez.
Hope she doesn't listen to this broadcast.
He's got the babe. He's got the babe lefty on there. Let's take a look at Bernard's batters here. Oh,
that
there
Babe
you
Ruth
go.
pick is so shrewd, so shrewd.
He's
Every
got
time I look at it, I think that's clever.
Look at these hitters.
So can this version of Babe also relieve like he did for Ernie Shore in real life? Or like Ernie Shore did? Well, never mind. Yeah, I just got him flipped. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's got 44 starts, 41. He's had 3 relief appearances, so yeah.
There you go. He can relieve. All right.
But this
He
OPS is crazy.
Wouldn't that be funny?
His hitting was terrible.
Already.
Let's take a look. Yes, I mean you'd be disappointed knowing it's Ruth. Look at his hitting line. 268.
This was his 1915. That was his rookie season, right?
16.
Yeah, this is 60.
16. Oh, okay.
OPS is still decent. It's OPS plus.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's a good hitter for a pitcher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Babe Ruth.
But these guys, I mean, you got Jimmy Fox. Okay, he's hit batting good. He's not going to do great things in the field. And then you got Ted Williams, the OPS on this team. And this is Medwick, I think, 1937. Yeah, that's that big year.
Yeah, the Ducky Medwick. Wow.
I mean, he's got power. Hornsby with a
Is
397
he a
year.
Hall of Famer? No, he's not, is he?
Yes.
Manny, Chick Hafey's best year. I mean, yeah,
Oh, and then don't forget this guy, just under one OPS, Musial.
6 guys in the lineup with a 1,000 OPS. That's got to.
That's
He's going to have the
crazy.
most
So
points,
he's got
and that
a.
doesn't even include Musial and these guys.
See, first base. It's got Mo
No Chick
Vaughn.
Stoll.
Ha ha ha. Your favorite, right?
Mo-
Red Shandy,
but
his first entrance in here, but he's got. Look at this. He's got
shame.
Frankie Frisch and Hornsby. Hornsby can play multiple positions, which is useful.
I think this is Musial's first appearance in Shanks as well.
Yeah. Ken Boyer. Put
I think
Frisch
his
there.
biggest weakness is first base defense.
With Mo Vaughn.
Well, or shortstop defense, because look, he doesn't really have
Yeah,
a true
His
shortstop. You've
team
got
is
Hornsby that
stacked.
you could roll over there, or Shane Deans, but
yeah,
His
and his
team is
and his
stacked.
his pitchers OPS when they're batting.
yes.
This is a strong team, man.
And also, there's my man Reggie Smith. I love Reggie Smith.
Yeah, there's Reggie Smith.
Well, that's stacked. I mean, there's no weakness. Well, apart from first base, fielding.
So let's
Yeah,
take a
Bernard,
look.
we found Carlton Fisk this morning. By the way, my mistake. On draft night, I wrote it down wrong. So
Let's look at what the computer. He's going to go. Bernard's going to go with the computer. So let's look at what they got going on here. They're going to platoon him. Fisk is going to go against lefties and Simmons against righties. The numbers probably indicate that. First base, you got Fox and Vaughn. Second, they switch it up with Hornsby versus left, and they go to Frisch. Yeah, they're riding Boyer, Gold Glove at third base. Shortstop, they're going to play Hornsby at short.
That's crazy.
Medwick versus left, Williams versus right. What a platoon. Reggie is pretty much your main center fielder. Right field, Stan Musial. DH, this will be interesting. Manny
Reggie Smith.
Ramirez. Look, they have Ruth as a second possibility.
Wow. It's going to take some beating, I think.
And let's see what they did with your rotation. Oh, they're going Cy Young at the top of the rotation. Steele, Ruth, Deneen.
Amazing.
There we go.
Jeez. Frankie Frisch.
And what we can do is see if anything changes. We'll go here to manager preferences.
The
Player
pitching may be a problem.
quality. Boom. So we went back to quality because you see if you hit
Yeah.
computer generate, it'll go back to the default. I went over to quality and ran it. And now it's rearranged that. Young, Steele, Ruth, Deneen, Breachin, Ernie Shores is the spot starter. Bullpen will look like this. Here's your closer versus setups, long relief, blowout. The Las Vegas Gamblers.
Very interesting, Speedy. So how did they come out in the simulations you've done?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, right. You're going to run it.
Because we're going to run it here for us because now I think I've got it
Yeah.
set how we're going to run the league and doing that. So here's Arlington Sharks.
Robbie Warshberg.
Let's see what he's got here. He's got Ken Griffey Jr. and Josh Hamilton. He's got some power. He's got Pudge.
Juan gone.
Yeah, Juan gone.
Ichiro.
Hey, Steve, are you as shocked as I am that there's no Toby Hara on that team?
Yes, because
Isn't that his favorite player?
I used to give him a hard time. I don't know if he even likes him. I think I used to always mention him or whatever, and it's odd that he didn't get it one of those years.
Yeah. I thought he would genuinely seek him out, so I guess not. Because he's a good player. He grabbed Buddy Bell, though. That might be redundant.
Bump Wills.
Bump Wills.
Maury Wills' son, right? Third base, got Buddy Bell and Kyle Seager. So
never got a chance to draft. What's that big slug? Is it Hamilton? One of the one with the drugs. I forgot his
He got him, Josh
Josh
Hamilton,
Hamilton.
right there. Yeah, 359,
He has got
32
him right.
homers.
Okay, he played well for me. Shanks won.
Center field, he's got Ichiro, or he can move him to right. Well, you got Griffey Jr. He'll have in center, no doubt, and Ichiro in right. And let's take a look at his staff. He does have a reliever, Arthur Rhodes, under one. This might be this team's weakness. Could be the staff.
The Rose looks pretty good in relief. Still, where's his starters? Gaylord Perry,
Yeah, let's sort
Jamie
it right
Moyer.
here.
Yeah,
He's not
does look a
starter
little
deep, if you look at this. Well,
I mean,
starters are
they're
going to
all
get beat up a little bit.
excellent players, yeah. In this league.
And we have Texas because Aaron Reed has moved his franchise from Lexington to Texas.
Ah,
He is the Desperados now. And
I like the
take a look at
colors.
his whip. He's got Presley. He's got,
Garrett Cole.
yes, Charlie LeBrant. I think Big Clue was talking about him the other day.
Yeah, last night I think it was. He played for the Royals and the Braves
And the
Yep.
Reds.
and the Reds as well.
Yep.
Charlie Liebrand.
Yeah, started with the Reds. Yeah.
Quite a few lefties on that staff.
Yes, that's
Yeah, Aaron
just
did
noticed
very,
that.
very well.
Mike Scott, I wonder what year that was. It wasn't a big
It's
year.
not 86, so that's the
Yeah, not 86.
unfortunate.
We got Bagwell.
That's
Look at
only
the
reserved for
OPS.
Steve.
That's a great OPS, 1.2.
But Grand Orange is a so
Yep.
Yeah, so if we cycle
makes
it by
it on the first
position,
day.
he's got Salvador Perez, right? Solid catcher. He's got
Oh,
Bagwell.
not just Perez and Daryl Porter.
Yep.
Oh, Jackson.
Got Bagwell, Enos Cabell. Second base, he's got Frank White. Not a great hitting year. Of course, Frank White didn't really have any of those, but third base.
He was the Bill Mazeroski. White was the Bill Mazeroski of Kansas City.
Yeah. George Brett at third base. You got this is going to be a little difficult. Is Jose Offerman his shortstop? Does he put like Moustakas at third and put Brett at short? This is going to be a weak spot for Aaron. Who's the third shortstop going to be? Let's see what the computer says.
My memory, Offerman was a good defense. Well,
oh, the computer's got Offerman.
Yeah, that was not a good offensive year for Brett. That was early in his career.
So we got Jesus Alou, right? J.D. Martinez, Hal McRae. He's got Springer in center, Finley, Kevin Bass.
George Springer had a good year that year. 34 home runs.
So we'll see here. A lot of pictures I got to get for still in here. Hagerstown. This would be Dwayne Martz's team. They are the Hagerstown Bears. I may even made a custom logo for them. Take a look at their OPS. He's got some familiar names from leagues past.
Sammy Sosa. I've had that one 3 times.
He's got McGuire and Sosa.
Yeah, Sosa made the league for that exact year, I think.
He's got the 69 Reggie season.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's good.
And he's got
straight cool.
And he's got a great infield when you see that. So he's got good catching.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun.
Oh yeah.
First base, he's got Vic Power, defensive sub for McGuire, unless McGuire's DHing, right? But here's what he's got. He's got some Gold Glover. He's got Lajoie, who's already great, but you've got Ryan Sandberg, Gold Glove at second. Third base, Eric Chavez, right, with the glove, and Bill Madlock, who can hit behind him, and then another one. So he's got second, short, and third, all Gold Glovers.
Yeah, great year for Ernie Banks too.
Outfield, he's got
Ernie didn't play too well in Shanks, too, if I remember. That's really weird.
This may be one of the best overall fielding teams, having at least a 9 or a 10 almost at every position. I don't know about
Yeah, this
center,
is pretty
but
good.
Valo, oh, he's got Doc Kramer.
And
And then
Gell's a Honda. Oh, I'm sure you
102.
had him last year.
So this would be an interesting team, Dwayne's.
Yeah.
He's got a good mixture. Now let's take a look at the pitching. I mean, he's got good fielding and good hitting on this team. And then if we go to whip, well, there's a great whip, Eckersley. He's got 2
That's
starters
it.
below 1 with Chief Bender and
Look,
Yu Darvish.
that's the lowest whip. That's the lowest whip. No one's beaten the 607.
He's got a Greg Maddux from the Cubs on there.
Yeah. I'm surprised at how low these whips all are
Let me see
anyway.
what,
Much better than last year.
and I always say this, Lefty Grove, you can't just look at his raw stats because of the field he was in. Yeah, his 160 ERA, he always is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Now we are, I think that's a preview about all of them. We want to take one more peek at your team here, MV.
I'm less confident than I was half an hour ago. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh. What I'll
I
do
still
now
think
for
British Club is
everybody
pretty good.
following along, they're probably like, Steve, just give me the damn file. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll just give you the damn file right now. So let me unzip it, and then I'm going to highlight some things that I've shown people I think will be useful if you've always wondered about scheduling and how we got a good schedule in here. I tried some different things today, and it worked out really, really well. So let's just put what's going to include the date. Begins it. And I will drop this in our Discord. Got to figure, okay, I'm going over to Baseball Geek Squad.
Or Harold Baines. He'll be more remembered for his vote into the Hall of Fame than for being a Hall of Famer. Weird.
Yes. So I'm posting this here at the Baseball Geek Squad, and I'm going to grab this baseball seasons, and we've got, is it Howie Shanks? You know how we always forget what we name these things. Yeah, Howie Shanks 3, and here we go, 818, and away it goes.
All Goldsmith, if you're that good, is he? Good. They're going to the
Poor
Hall.
Baines. Yeah. So an interesting thing here that I found out. What I did was I thought we are going to need a schedule that has 7 teams in a division. Well, who has that? Well, the American League does. So here's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
I found a season. I typically go here. Let me take a look at stuff I'm working on here. So I went to seasons and I found one where all the games scheduled were played. The reason that's important is many seasons, if they were meaningless, people might have missed 1 or 2 games and didn't play 162. And then
Uh-huh.
when you go build the schedule, you got to start digging around to find out what series or a couple of games you might have to manually add. So I went in here, I started off at 77, and I said, okay, I think Clue mentioned 77 is the year I'd have to go.
Mm-hmm.
Went into 77, looked at the AL, and I'm like, oh, I counted them up. Oh, we don't have 162. So I just kept going until every team played all their 162, and I came across this great year of 1982
Oh, smart.
right here. And I looked at it and I said, oh, here we go. Everybody played
Clever.
their 162. This is perfect. This is balanced. So what I did is I went into my game, into action. Here it is. I went into 1982.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
And here's what I did. I went to organize, schedule, tools, export. So,
Right,
There
gotcha.
you
so when I export, it's going to ask me where I want to put it. I just put it what I did, I'll tell you what I did. I've saved in my DK Sports data folder under baseball, I made a folder that doesn't automatically get created, and I call it schedule templates. And that's where I figured it'll be an easy place for me to find it. I downloaded it. Let's call it 1982 test, and I hit save. Okay. Then
Mm.
I went over to it and I said, well, I'm going to have all the teams. So how do I get rid of them? So I just went and look, and I'm no Excel wizard like Clue is, right?
The big mystery
Schedule
there.
templates. So here's my 1982 test. I opened it up. Let me pull it up over here. So I opened it up and I said, oh, here's all the stuff. So what I did is I went on, put a filter on it, okay?
Wow.
And I went through and said, okay, I want to select, I'm gonna select to get rid of them. So all the National League teams, I just grabbed them. Who else we got? Montreal, the Mets, okay? St. Louis, okay? Okay. And then I went over here and I did the same thing. Well, in fact, I won't have to do the same thing. So I've selected all of those. I just went down here, grabbed all of them. These are all the NL games, right? And hit delete rows so I don't have them.
Mm-hmm.
Clear my filter. Now at the top, I've still got this Chicago game here, right? So I think I've got a Chicago Cincinnati for whatever reason right here. Now I delete that and I'm good.
Huh.
So if I put a filter, well, let me go over here. If I put a filter back on there, because what you're seeing, this is all the format that the game needs. So if you went to RetroSheet or made your own, this is how easily you import it. You put the month, the day of the month, whether it's a D or an N, a night game,
Mm.
and then the names you use here have to be the same names as they're listed for the team name in the game, right? So once I got all of these, then I said, okay, well, how can I make sure the names match up? Well, let's say I just went down the list and said, okay, Kansas City. Well, I kept Cleveland, Cleveland, and Detroit, Detroit, but I said, okay,
Oh,
Manchester
you
is going to
changed
be
it.
Kansas
Yeah,
City. So all I did
that makes
there
sense.
is say, find and select. I have to do this here. Find and select, and I'm going to replace. I'm going to
Yeah.
replace Kansas City with Manchester and replace them all. And you'll notice this is what I love to see. We made 162 replacement, and that lets me know all the games are
Yeah,
there, right? And I said, okay, thank you.
that
And
makes
I
sense.
went and did that, and then what I ended up with was a final output right here. So you'll see now after I replaced all the names, it just Las Vegas became what was the Kansas City
Right,
Royals,
gotcha. That makes
you name
sense.
it,
Yeah.
right? So once I had all of this ready to go, then all I had to do is save that, and then in the game I can re-import it very easily.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
So
total
then
sense.
I could come over here and say, okay, organize ballpark, or I'm sorry, schedule. And now I say tools, I want to import a CSV or text schedule. And then I could come over here and look DK Sports Data, baseball, and here's my schedule templates. And then I've got
Right.
options there, right? And then I can just simply import it. So
I never messed around with it like this,
me
but I can
either.
see now how to do it. Yeah.
And it's great. So if you went to RetroSheet and get the information and cut and paste it, all you need is the first column is month, next one is date, third one is N or D for date or night, and then the next two columns are your, home and away team.
Mm. I can
Yes,
see how
yes,
you did it
yes.
now. I always get it to generate it
Look at
itself.
RJL. RJ comes with, did you send the files? RJL, I've got the files sitting in
It's funny.
the baseball geek squad under game files and BBX. It is sitting there for you, man.
It's all there, man. And it's Brandon is asking as well.
So yeah, so I was pretty excited
He
about
will.
that with the schedule, because I think I know a lot of times, and what I'd like to have is some templates ready to go. Meaning, if I've got a 14 or a 22 or whatever, just find a season um, and match it up. That's the easiest way I know to
Well,
deal
got the
with.
game in the chat now. Well,
Nice,
lovely, lovely.
nice. Hey, gentlemen, let's take a look since RJL. Let's get critical on RJL here. Well, critical is probably a strong word.
Now, what you mean is this
Let's go back
psychological
to the
warfare.
Shanks League. Let's take a
Look
look
at
at
that center
RJL.
field position.
What's
Deerfield
that, Clint?
Beach. Here, how about you like that logo, RJ? RJL's Deerfield Beach Bucks in Three Rivers. Looking at this staff he's got.
RGL's asking where it is, actually. I'm trying to work it out myself.
Oh,
It
RJL.
is in the Baseball Geek Squad subfolder Games File BBX, I think it is.
Oh, we got. Let me get.
Yeah. So, Robert, it's in Baseball Geek Squad subfolder Game Files BBX. Scroll down, it will say Howie Shanks League 3 posted today. Is that right, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I just sent you an
And
invite if you're not part of that one too, because sometimes I'll post it, because the only two sites we have is a Baseball Geek Squad that I kind of set up for the Howie Shanks, and then so it's not mixed in with a lot of the other Ned McGreevy stuff that Beatles is doing. But you can click on that Discord and hop in there, and I just put it under the BBX game files, and you can grab it. But
I'm
yeah,
not
let's
sure if
see.
Bernard got that. Hopefully he has as well. Bernard.
Yep.
Hopefully you
Okay, let
got
me
that as well, Bernard.
see. Yep, if you click on that link, Bernard, you get in there too. Anybody feel free to click on that. If you're not part of my Discord with the Baseball Geek Squad, hop on in. Big pitching staff. This is
Interesting
the
to
largest pitching staff in the league, 14 pitchers.
Yeah,
And
interesting.
and let's take a look at what the let's double check this here. Manager preference. I'm gonna just double check that I did all these on player quality, reset depths and lineups, and let's go take a look at his. This is what the computer based on quality is going to do for you, RJL, until you override it. Take a look at this lineup. Load lineup versus left. This is its lineup versus left-handed right here. You're really weak in center field. It's going to play Clemente for you in center, because I don't think you have too many options there, and Parker and right. This is what the computer is doing for you as far as a versus left lineup. It's got a good team. Let's load versus right. And now Paul Wayner's in there in place of Dave Parker. So interesting. I know RJL is going to do some tweaking.
Yep.
Yeah. Robert probably
Hey,
knows these
Bernard.
players better because he's studied those inside pitch cards for every season.
Can somebody help Bernard in the
Bernard?
Discord? Let me see. Is
Yeah,
he on the
okay, Bernard,
McGreevy?
I'll show you, Bernard. It is is he in Baseball Geek Squad? If you go to Baseball Geek Squad and about 5 options down, it will say game dash files dash BBX. And then look to the right and come down to the bottom of the page, and you'll see a file saying Howie Shanks League 3 0818.
And here
As
we
in the
go.
18th
And
of
this
August.
is, well, I'm going to get rid of Morris because I just don't, I'm going to modify Morris to not show on the, because he's really a pitcher, right? So I'm just going to have him only display, well, with the pitchers. But
Let me
here's
know,
what you
Bernard, if
got.
you found it.
You've pretty much got the pitcher Morris could play center field, right? But here's Clemente. And, but just to show everybody, I know Bernard brought this as a great question. If any of you just joined us and did not know about this about action, if you want to see the penalty for the playing people out of position, let's look at Clemente.
Okay. Let me just tell Bernard where this is. So is Bernard is he been invited to the Baseball Geek Squad, Steve? Do you know?
If he clicks on that Discord link I put in there, that is the invite.
Right. So, Bernie, just click on the link on screen. Steve put in there, and that will take you to the page, the Baseball Geeks Squads page. And if you scroll down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options down, it will say game dash files dot dash bbx. And then you go to the bottom page again, you'll see it just above where John DFW says thanks, Steve. Yeah, should be there. Yeah, sorry, Steve.
So here's Clemente. You click on his fielding, and you'll see his range rating here for the two positions he's rated to play. But if you want to see what the game will do when you play him out of position, hit that question mark right here. And now you can see, because he's a great right fielder and it'll and played center, is going to drop him to a 2 if he goes to left, and it'll a little degradation on the fielding percentage as well.
I've still not been able to see it.
Is he part of McGreevy?
He's
Oh,
maybe
here he
he's
is.
not, and that's probably why I can't see it. See him?
Yep.
Let me see if I can
I'm
send
gonna
it.
send him a message directly,
Yeah, I was just thinking it'd be the easiest way because I can see Bernard.
and I'll drop the link right there. You send an invite to join the server. I just instant message it to you directly. So yeah, so like RJL can see, like, and again, let's say like you got Bill Robinson here. If you move Bill Robinson from first, he's rated at first, right? But if you look at this, if you move him to second, because he's rated at first or third in the infield, they'll give you a 1 if you play him at second. But you can see he's going to have a fairly low fielding percentage. Shortstops moving around the infield don't get as big of a hit. So this is a good way if you want to take the gamble and play a guy out of position. You can see exactly how the game's going to treat it.
Robert, I invite you to back up that statement that Clemente was so good he could play anywhere. You want to put him at
Catcher?
catcher or
Yeah, it's going to say
shortstop
that
when you're
too.
playing me? I'd love to see that.
Yeah. So some of the
No, he was a
let's take a look at
fantastic
my
outfielder.
ballpark layouts here. I'm going to have to get a better Three Rivers. I'm looking at some of my ballpark layouts I've got here, trying to get them ready. So some of these we had done for the last one. I think Beatles is using Sportsman. I might, if I have some time here this coming week, once I get the pictures all done, I may try to make some of the ones that I pulled out of, like this one's pulled out of, what am I thinking of? Oh, MLB The Show. That one's ready to go. But you know what? While we're on here, what if you guys are ready, I'm going to start firing this sim up, and let's sim a little
Yeah.
bit, like a month at a time, and see what's going on. And again,
See how RGL center field conundrum plays out. Yeah.
let's do it. So here we
There you
go.
go.
Play scheduled league game.
Let him pitch. I believe you.
Oh, not the baseball dugout. There's nobody at the baseball dugout. You've got to hit the channel in there that's um,
Baseball Geeks one.
yeah, there's the dugout. Don't hit the voice channel. Hit the text channels up at the top, and it's under the games files BBX, because there's like 7 or 8 channels. Got another one for Bingo Draft League.
I can just send it to him. I think Barry
Yeah.
needs on my thing now.
So this will
So
be
I
a
can
fun
just
one.
send it to him.
As soon as I get the file done and you give me the green light, I'm gonna come on and broadcast game 1 to kick the season off, and is going to be Legends and Beatles.
Ooh.
That'll be game 1. So let's do this. Let's play through April and see what
That's
happens
it. That's a
here.
test. Yeah. Yeah.
So a legend on his own channel versus a legend in his own mind.
Yes, the Battle of Legends.
That would be epic.
Bernard, let me pull mine up right here. So you'll see if we come here to Baseball Geek Squad. See up here on the left, there's this baseball dugout channel. Yeah, nobody's there. But if you look up here, once you get in the channel, welcome. There's all these different areas under the games file I've just posted and see John DFW's got it, RJ's got it. It's right here for download. That baseball dugout I set up if we wanted to have like a fireside chat as a voice channel. That's all I did there. Let's get back to this activity. Looking at the pitchers. Look at Clemens for Canada here for the A's. Cool.
Are you playing that
Thanks,
again? Or are you
Bernard.
simming it right?
Simming.
Yeah.
And I'm just doing. We'll
Right.
do 1 month at a time and stop and see what's going on. Unless
Yeah.
anybody has any things to go run and do. This is kind of. I've got an hour or two here. My wife's given me
I'm
some
down the
type of
rabbit hole with
permission.
this thing.
And again, keep in mind, there's been no tweaking. Nobody's been able to tweak their lineup if they want or do whatever. This was all.
Hey. Brenda's got it now. That's good news.
That's my excuse for being below 500 is I haven't had a chance to manipulate
Where
anything.
are my Red Bulls?
You are in third place over there. Can you see it at the bottom of the screen over here? Hagerstown's off and running. So this has been 1 month of April. Let's stop and take a look at the leader screen here. Oh, RJL, get them to me this week. It'll probably be later this week when I get all of the stuff tested and get a lot of the window dressing. Let's go back to the front screen here.
72 done Suttons up there. Look at Clemens ERA 0.29. Jeez.
Oh my gosh. World's Worst Gamers got Clemens. Let's look at the All-Star voting so far after 1 month. World's Worst got Thurman Munson and Gehrig on that list, and A-Rod.
Oh, I'll do the World's Worst.
But Dwayne Martz is the manager of the year, leading in voting.
I'll have to take him down.
Look at Manchester, 4.5 back already.
I like the way you put that, Steve. Because I'm going to take up my toolbox. That's not tinkering.
I'm sitting here worried about. I'm 5 games under 500 already.
I was just looking at that, thinking.
I sure hope.
Kentucky?
I hope I have the ability to improve that with my team, right? Because they could only do so much with tweaking lineups. Oh, Clue.
Well, I think, Clues. Hawaii won most of the Sims in
yes,
and 2, and they did. Oh, they came third, I think. They were difficult.
So let's go to let's run through May and see what after May looks like.
Oh man, let's do this. And we don't know what injuries have happened either.
Oh, well, here's what we can do. The fun thing is we can go right up here to, I think it's reports, players reports. No, it's league injuries.
I can never find it.
Injury history.
I think it only gives by player.
Yeah, and it'll just kind of talk. It'll call out each day who got injured, if it would, and how what their return.
So it must bonds until the end of the month.
Some of these are game only. BJ Suroff went down for Beatles in April, and he's out for 2 months.
Wow.
A lot of these are short term. Oh, Frank Howard went down for Texas for 2 months.
Schmidt's down for a while. And Goldschmidt's out for about 3 months.
I just thankfully don't see Ty Cobb because I've seen him get hurt before. So, yeah, let's go on another month.
I've lost Bonds for a couple of months.
Let's go back to schedule. Let's hit.
What's RGL to? He's in my division.
Play May.
I hope we're keeping him down.
Let's just go to the leader screens here. What we got here? You see team batting. Ken Castro's got those smoke show right around 300 team batters.
Jackie Robinson's up there. Huh?
Oh, yeah, maybe. But wait till you get there and mess that lineup up.
Yeah.
Where he's a backup.
He's right back up. Exactly. Look at Roger Clemens. He's untouchable.
Oh, my. And you know what's good? I've been running these to see if I catch any, where there's an error from the import I've done or something like that, or somebody's got some anomaly on their split.
Who are these Las Vegas hoodlums getting in my way? Is that Bernard?
That is, yeah. Wow. Clue's running away up here, and Hagerstown. Dwayne, I think Dwayne had to leave. He's not even getting to enjoy this.
You'll see it later. Sure, you'll see it later.
I just have to
That
tell
was
you,
out of it.
I've seen month to month based on who people are playing and injuries, just completely the same. The 4 times that I've run this, I think only once did one team that was top in the division get top again. I'll just leave it at that.
Yes,
Those of you
it's
that have the
crazy.
file can do your own testing and have a blast and all that, and tweak your lineup if you want to do all that. But it's been a lot of variety in this.
It, Dan Bruthers was the MVP of the Dead McGreevy League, and you can see again, he's just tearing it up.
Oh, Bernard's got Hornsby climbing the batting average leaderboard. Hank Aaron leading the way.
Can't believe I'm only 500. What's going on?
Well,
Are you out of
hey,
the basement
look
yet,
at me.
Steve?
I'm behind Beatles. Well, me and Beatles are fighting it out for last place. What the heck is going on down there in Detroit?
It's different this year. My
Oh
God,
yeah, it is. I mean, I have a completely different feel about this team.
definitely. Here's my man Dan Bruthers. He's the main man. Clemens. Who are the batting individual leaders, Steve? So if you put the tab on batting, who are the, just curious. Dan Bruthers is looking amazing.
Yeah.
Whoa, go Kentucky. Did not expect to see that.
Well, we
Well, we
got
just
some.
crossed Detroit 11-2
You've
to
got
nothing.
3 teams back there: Philadelphia, Canada, Cleveland, fighting it out. Oh, I got to get to 5. My goal will be, can I make 500?
Steve,
Hagerstown is running away.
Where's
Yeah.
Deerfield Beach? How are RJL's? Okay, so now we've gone through May. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah. Law, yeah.
where's
Vegas.
RGL's team?
He is Deerfield Beach.
And
Oh, I
for
see. Where's
anyone
Tyler?
watching this that hasn't been in Shanks before or watched Shanks before, we do a lot of these preseason sims just to test
Mm,
out the league and stuff.
Yep.
So it changes often wildly from one sim to the next. So
that's
this
right.
doesn't write anything in stone. Don't take anything you're seeing here as gospel, but you might see things that would hint towards how to tweak your lineup or your
Hmm.
rotation or something. So
I'm just looking at how good
But
Clemens is doing with this.
it doesn't
With
suggest
10 starts, he's given up only 10 earned runs
in the
and 81
kingdom.
inning pitch. I mean, and I'll look at this for his real stat line to see if there's some weird
Yeah.
thing or a typo or happened or something. And occasionally I'll find those. And I've run
that was
4
his.
tests to do that.
That was one of his pitching triple crown years, wasn't it,
Yeah,
with the Blue Jays? Yeah,
lefty
yeah. He was
grow.
272.
he was he was just incredible with the Blue Jays.
And look, remember we said we didn't know how his pitching would be. He's got 2 Maddox and Grove up there locking down that bullpen. Hagerstown does.
Wow.
Um,
Hey, there's Noodles Hahn again. All right.
I don't see any of my pitches up there, man. Mind you, Tim Keefe has started for me, and would not be paying Tim
I
Keefe.
had to pop it again just to refresh the screen because it was showing the
Yeah,
data from the last one. But here you go. It's now Clemens is 1.11, but Hagerstown. Oh, look at Kentucky. I'm over here giving props to Hagerstown. Look at Kentucky's got that 702 winning percentage.
best record in the
Ken
league.
Castro right behind you. World's Worst Gamer right there. Todd in Cleveland are right there. John DFW right there. So they got 5 teams over there in the Shanks division that are above 500, and none of
Legends.
them are me.
This is a turn up, isn't it?
Legends
All right.
doesn't like the Rocket too much, I guess.
Let's see what we got, Legends on Long Island, and let's
Who's
run
Long
one more
Island?
month, and we'll dig it in a little bit. What's that, MV?
So who's Long Island again? Long Island?
That's Legends. Sports Universe is Long Island.
Yeah, I
No.
thought that.
Oh yeah. Legends is long. Okay, yeah.
I got to show off his here. Where is oh, that's Las
Vegas
Vegas
is
there.
Bernard, right?
He can see his.
Yeah,
Wow.
Brennan is Las Vegas. They've been kicking butt.
There's your
Fighting
logo,
that division.
Legends. I had to find a logo. Legends baseball right here. Oh, here, this is interesting. We go here. He's got Doc White injured to 619. Not sure that means anything for him from a pitching standpoint. But let's run through June and then we'll look at some more injuries, see what everything's
Mhm.
going. Play June.
Come on, Manchester, step it up, step it up. Come on, come on. Even Sims, we gotta win the Sims.
We can put it on highlights too, which is interesting, and you can start seeing some of the highlights of the games as they. Oh, Las Vegas, 4 errors. That's not the highlight you want to read, Bernard.
Clue, we're playing you at the moment. Step it up with Manchester. Let's take on world's worst game. One victory in the boom. 2 in a row.
Is this going to be like poor Robbie will be like, hey, when can we take a trip to Arlington? Is that going to be one of those years?
Yeah, we could all go down to a Rangers game and get the VIP treatment.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah,
Love
Bernard
to meet Robbie.
Fisk is there. I think there's platooning. They got Fisk going against lefties and Ted Simmons going against righties. The computer does for you.
So Bernard, here's what I did on draft night, and you can blame a lack of coffee that late in the evening.
Yes.
When you typed Carlton Fisk in the chat, and I typed it into the spreadsheet as Steve Carlton. And in the last 24 hours, saw that, and I'm scratching my head, thinking, how did 1980 Steve Carlton go to
Oh, you
anybody
know
but
what?
the Phillies? So, and then I realized I went back, watched the video, and caught it. And you and Beatles had me. You were right.
He
I
Ooh.
apologize.
Bernard's maybe just reminded me that I might have dropped yesterday's roster in and not the updated one that has all of the corrections on it. So when I get done with this sim, Bernard,
Oh,
yeah,
is
that's a
Happy
great.
Felsh not in this one?
Yeah, so
Or
good call
Legend?
out, Bernard. Yeah, I think I posted the yesterday's one that I didn't make the corrections that you informed me of and some other ones today. So that's my error. So as soon as we get done simming this season and checking it out, I'll zero it out and then drop a new zip for everyone.
Yeah.
It's fighting that bingo division, that's for sure.
Oh, Carlton's on there now. Well,
Well, the only two issues that are different on that is I think Happy Felsch for Legends replaced Joe Jackson that was already on Todd's team, and then we got you
Yep.
Fisk for Carlton. Those are the two things that Clue let me know about. My only thing to look forward to is if I can keep from hitting the cellar and keep Beatles there. That's about all I'm looking forward to, I guess.
Well, you never know. It's just a bit of tweak, isn't it? We haven't
How
tweaked
are
yet.
you below 500? That's
Well, my suck
must
as a
be the
manager.
pitching.
That's an option. Let's see what we
I
got.
have no comments. I have no comments at all to make
Yeah.
on the demise of the Death Star. It's just
What do
like,
we have here? So let's take a look. Hagerstown is Dwayne is tough, but look at the legend. The legends have creeped right up next to him. Manchester's right there. Las Vegas is right there. And over,
Canada's up in the
yeah, I mean, okay, this is a good guess. Let's throw this out to the post, right? For the entire group here. Will Kentucky finish in first place?
play it
no.
out. You'd have to play it out.
Todd has a habit of overtaking me in these
I
leagues.
mean, we're
So
70 some games in. Who thinks Kentucky can hold that? I mean, Hagerstown, Legends, Manchester, that's going to be a dogfight there. Vegas. Can Cleveland and Philadelphia and Canada catch Kentucky?
Canada might. Canada might.
Let's take a
And
look
Cleveland.
at league injuries history.
It
Oh,
all
how about
depends on
this?
those
Let's go. Let's
injuries.
go to
well, look
current.
at that.
Oh my gosh, I hit the wrong league injuries. Let's take a look at current injuries we have right now. Oh,
Robert, you got Bernard Gilkey leading all the left fielders for the All-Star game.
Look at some of these. Arky Vaughn out till September with a broken. Some of these people. Chick Haffey went down. Man, we've had some injuries that are going way past June here. Jeff.
I've got
Oh my
one, two,
God.
three,
Who
four.
has Jeff Bagwell? That killer season. He's out until September 24th.
That's Aaron.
Wow.
Texas. That kills Texas's lineup.
Mike Schmidt
Here we
fractured
go.
fibula.
Oh, this is why I'm in that. Ty Cobb breaks his collarbone. He's out till August. So that's death for my team. Oh, and I got Geringer out. Yeah, that's why I'm where I'm at, no doubt. Mike
Pete
Schmidt
Racer.
fractured fibula,
He's out for what, September? For Roger Repos.
and that's why with these settings, when we run them, we get such variety each time. So
Yeah.
Hornsby,
Howdy
nobody's really
Shanks is
batting
out.
high anymore. Big clue, manager of the year.
I can't believe not one of my pitchers is a leading pitcher. I'm shocked.
What's it?
I'm so shocked.
You can't believe anything
I'm
about your team.
clue. I'm staggered.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm expecting us to dominate. It's like, what? What's going on?
Well,
Greg
hey,
Maddox.
it starts with confidence, right?
Yeah.
We'll play through July 10th and then pause and see what the All-Star team would be.
There you go.
Oh, we've got a little stretch against Mudville. We should be okay here.
Yeah, rigged is right, Robert. Yeah. I have no. I just administer the drafts. I have nothing to do with the setting up the leagues in the APC.
We have deep teams and injuries can be a factor. But yeah, but like if I don't have
Look how
Cobb and
close.
Geringer playing, I mean, those are people I have to really rely
He
on.
had definitely been decimated. It must be injuries because you're not.
I think I just lost a
Yeah,
game to Arlington right there.
it's a tie in the bingo league. Look at that.
Oh, Manchester. Manchester just
Yeah, look
peaked
at
in the
that.
first. Oh, and he went back
Look at that.
down. What's going on over there?
Yes, right top. Please stop it now.
Oh my gosh.
Ah, this is great fun. Even just watching. You know, we must be
World's
crazy
Worst
just
Gamer, the
looking at the
left-handed pitcher setting is on because I think what we've learned through testing last time is you have to have that, otherwise you're not
Yeah,
going to
you have
get.
to have it.
Oh my gosh,
Just,
Aaron Reed just. I scored 1 run in 2 games against Aaron. He just killed me.
Wow.
yeah, way to go, Aaron.
Without Jeff Bagwell.
Oh my.
Yeah, the bat goes out. That was interesting.
Oh wow! Look at the one division. Virtually a
It'll
three-way
update. This
tie.
will update in a moment, won't it? It'll update.
Yes.
Takes a couple of seconds. Yeah, I don't know why it does that.
Yeah,
Who's the All-Star team
yeah,
right here with man? We got that bingo division.
It's tight.
Hornsby's leading the way for MVP. Look at the All-Star team here. Wow.
Yo, I can't believe my pictures are not in the top 10. There's Keith at last.
Ed Walsh. That's one of Legends' team right here. Bernard's got
Ed
the
Walsh
best
should do
hitting
well.
team.
See?
270 is the best hitting team in this league. Remember what like the first month it was 300?
Oh,
Yeah.
with how many guys with 1,000 OPS? Yeah,
Yeah.
I expect. Yeah.
Yeah. Garrett
Seems like
Cole,
we're
160.
seems like we're getting
Uh,
some better pitching in this league.
yeah. Across the board, I think that's true. It's also because the hitting would be spread out. The good hitters would be
Yeah.
spread out among a larger number of teams, so that would diffuse it somewhat. So
Yeah, last time the pitchers just got killed because they're batting against 8
Yeah.
350
Oh, we had
and
the
40
Negro
home
Leaguers
run
as well.
guys. Yeah.
yeah,
We had the Negro Leaguers in as well.
300 batters in a lineup and things like that. Yeah.
All right, let's sit
Josh
back
Gibbs,
and
too.
play July and see what happens.
Big
Man, those are
disappointment, Shanks.
significant. That's significant injuries out there.
Yeah. Big disappointment, Shanks, too, was Oscar Charleston, remember? He just didn't come through.
Yeah. Well, I'm a
It's
little worried.
interesting. I would be.
I told you a couple of the sims that I ran just to check on the numbers and stuff. I had Cobb get hurt, and he I think he had 90 games played one of the sims and 72 the other, and I thought, ooh, I hope this isn't a trend.
Um,
This
oh
is
my
another problem.
goodness,
But that could be one of the
Mudville
years that he only played about 80% of the games too.
Mudville overtook Detroit in the standings.
Oh boy, the worst team in the league.
I bet
Well,
you'll fix it, Steve.
50. Nope, nope, nope. That's Aaron now. Texas 57 losses.
That bingo is so tight. Damn, Bruder's batting. Rogers Hornsby is playing better than he did in Shanks too.
I love that this gives MV false hope. That it just
I
it
love
just
it.
hey,
That's what spring.
I've
Isn't that what
I've
spring is
put some
about?
strategy into this, Clue. Get him excited about this
yeah. And then
team.
he can tinker and mess it all up. That's kind of what I've come to think is the more I play with my lineups, the worse the
It
outcome
gets,
is.
yeah.
Exactly. What's going on here? Kentucky and Vegas. Oh, Vegas knocks Kentucky out that game.
Yeah.
Will they do it again?
Keith, 10-6.
They did it again, a 13-11. What's
Yeah.
going
Do you
on
know
here?
what's scary though?
Bernard's
Remember, we're
bringing him
not
back to
really.
reality.
Yeah.
Come on, Manchester, stretch it out now. Stretch it out. It's like a marathon.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Through July.
But I don't even think Clayton Kershaw. Just about to say he's not playing. He is. I can see him on the leaderboard.
Oh, MV's he can't hardly hold it in. He's over there in first place in bingo right now. Both of you are leading the league. What the heck's going on here? Legends is hanging there.
It is called payback.
Bernard's got his team there. Hagerstown. Boy, that's a four-way race over there.
Four-way tie for second. Yeah, that's
Oh,
wow.
the pitcher's coming around now. Finally. Kentucky
Ed Walsh is look at Hagerstown's got Maddox, Darvish, and Grove all on the leaderboard. Clemens is still up there.
Eric Davis, you got there, Clue.
Yeah, Eric Davis. Yeah, that was the year he hit 30-something home runs and 50 steals.
In Shanks too, he didn't do much.
Hey, I've got Cobb back now, maybe. So let's see. Let's take a look at the. It is kind of fun looking at these injuries because that is the wild card.
Oh
Injuries,
yeah,
current injuries. Who's hurt right now? Wow, there's some people out through October. Chet Lemon for Legends is out. Frankie Frisch is out. Ted Williams is gone with a broken foot.
Barely, you got Williams and Fox out. How unlucky is that? Legend saying Phelps dislocated his elbow. It's going to be very competitive, Bernie. Yeah, definitely.
Wow. This is kind of a fun look here. So
RJ wants to know how we decided the divisions. I think it was just how they fell.
It was random. It was. I'm trying to think back when Clue sent a file. Yeah, I can't remember. It was numbers that we had in for something here. I've got papers written down all over here. Yeah, there was no rhyme or reason to my part. I just loaded them in.
Yeah.
Do they play each other equally anyway, Steve? Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's set up just like if one was an AL East and the other one was an AL West. That's how it's set up.
Right.
I still got Cobb hurt. That's why I suck. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's go to end of August.
I'll see who I put out.
Can something bad happen to Kentucky? Is that what I'm rooting for? A bus accident? I don't know. How many injuries can we?
It's about 6 or 7, Steve.
Yeah, but it's like Frisch and Williams out for the season.
That is bad. That's really bad luck. Unfortunately, luckily this is just a run through. But I'm pleased with the pre-tinkering of MV. Manchester showing me some spirit. Yes. And as a Brit, particularly, I'm most happy. McGinnity, Iron Joe.
And over here we can put on the highlights as we see them. It is kind of funny when you see
Mm.
that.
Imagine if any
Hey,
wives,
Las
girlfriends, or
Vegas got
partners,
16 hits in that game.
if any wives or partners or girlfriends were to see us all now just staring at us, I see we're air traffic controllers.
Watching this go by. Look at Texas. 5 home runs, 19
Come
hits.
on, man. So we're playing Ireland. Let's go.
Good. It looks like I had some pitching. I had just had some good pitching over a series finally.
You just beat Philly with Bridges.
Okay line.
Jose Rio, 10-2.
The first sim I did, I think he led the league in ERA because I did
Yeah, you
4
said
earlier
that.
today just trying to test stuff out.
Oh, Niedenfield just saved one for one
And I
run.
got to tell you one thing: in any of the 4 I did previously, your team didn't win any time, Manchester. It didn't. I mean,
Thanks, Steve.
your team never finished first in this league. This is what every time I've run it,
Yeah,
I've seen some
It's
unique
random.
variety.
It's not random, but it
No,
depends on
that's
the
how you
injuries. I
know
mean,
Action PC is accurate.
yeah, it's I think it's injuries. And by the time we all get into the league, it's going to be we're going to mess it up, as you said.
Yeah.
yes. A Legends team has won Hagerstown.
Well, Las Vegas are creeping up
So
again.
Las Vegas, Long Island, and Hagerstown. I know I remember seeing at the top of that division. Kentucky, Cleveland, Canada, and I can't remember who the fourth
Oh,
one was.
just took you down. Just took you
Has
down.
have all finished first in Shanks when I did my sims this morning, just looking at stuff.
WWG just took you down. Here's two now coming up. That means we're going to go on a losing streak. Yep, there's one loss already. You played two,
I don't know
taking
if this
two
is a
losses in a
sickness,
row.
but after we get this done and I send an updated zip file to everybody, um,
It's a sickness.
I might be interested just to stay on broadcast and do this again and see the variation. I don't know if are you in the rabbit hole with me on that, MV?
I am. You know me. You know what I'm
Yes.
like. I'm always down there. I'm turning the lights on for you when you come down. I'm always there.
I cannot believe this record that Clue
It's,
has.
you know what this calls for, Steve? You know one of those Sundays that we did last time? It's just sat there on a Sunday, just going through the whole thing, trying to work out who to put in your team.
Yes.
Well, my
Because that's
pitching
done.
obviously is better than I thought I drafted. So, because the Reds, like the Pirates, the Reds aren't known for all-time great pitchers.
It comes Long Island again now.
But
And the thing
Rio's
about what
stats that year is really good for based on like league average that year that you have him, right? It's not like he ate up a ton of innings, but he's really good.
Oh, Rio, you could make an argument. I'm not saying I would, but you could make an argument. He deserved the National League Cy Young in 1993 over Greg Maddux. He was that good. But it was one of those seasons that, of course, Maddux got it, and so nobody really cares who the second best pitcher in the league was. But it was probably Rio.
did he make a
Plus,
comeback of
one
some
of the
sort?
few ones where he was healthy the whole year.
What the
Hey,
heck
did
is
he
going on?
retire and make a comeback? Jose Rio.
Yeah, I think 97 was his last year, and then he came back in 2002 for a month or two. I mean, it was really, it shouldn't have happened, but anyhow,
Mm.
the Reds were so bereft of pitching, they were more than happy to give him
It is
a
RJO.
shot. Yeah.
All right, let's
Unless
fire
you
it up.
got the old one. I don't think
He
that's the
does.
new one.
It was from yesterday.
That's all right. So he's got it.
Yeah, Bernard, there's no one strategy that any of us have employed that's been a consistent winner.
Um,
But yeah, having a balanced team with depth is a big help for being in the top division.
Brennan says he needs pitching.
He had a few really good pitchers, and then I think there's kind
And
of a
so, yeah,
gap between them and the rest.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to look at them individually eventually.
I want to see what that Elmer Myers does in the
Oh my
league.
Let's
God,
take
this
a
looks
look at
deadly.
RJL's Curious. Let's see what's going on in the replay stats. What's going on with the at bats here? Let's see who's doing
Yeah.
what.
We're at the what 100 game mark or so.
Where the heck
110.
is his
Aki Vaughn's out, but that's it. There's not many injuries.
Lavalier? Oh, yeah, okay. World's worst. Let's go to Canada. He's worried about Lou Gehrig.
Do you know what, Steve? Interesting with the
He's
AI
up
because
there.
we've got AI.
And the jerk gets hurt.
I've got an idea, Steve.
Yeah.
That's
I know
kind
we
of
are.
symbolic of the league, isn't it?
I've got an idea, Steve.
Yes.
Well, actually, should I share it with everyone? Because I might win. Let me think. Let's share. No, I'm just thinking the 30 men on means the GM can choose from any 30 regardless. There's no inactive.
Hmm.
But to make your team perform a little better, because the computer's going to try and spread the at bats. They're all great team players anyway, in most of the teams, in all the teams. But you may want to just, I mean, keep it as it is, don't get me wrong. But we have the ability to put inactive on any of our players, even though it's a 30
Correct.
man roster. Do you
Correct.
understand what I'm
Sure.
saying? So that the AI,
Yes. But
although it knows it's a 30-man upper limit, you may want to narrow down who it doesn't use. Yeah. Like I can look at Buster Posey. Good Lord, I'm in trouble. Look,
but
Gusman
you
Kuso.
can see though that that could be a little risky, right? Like if they're going to try to give people that might be on pace to exceed that 150 or whatever a little bit of a break every now and then.
Yeah.
So,
So I've
but yeah,
got
you can
trouble in
see your
my
bottom end.
plan.
Well, you got Mel Ott that you're doing well, and he's not even in the mix up here. So they've got to have somebody else DHing for you.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. And also, look, to just scroll it just a little bit, I can see I've got a problem with catcher because Gusman Kuso is already used quite a lot of his time up. In fact, yeah, is that replay? Yeah,
Yes.
and Buster Posey's tired, so he's going to take a hit. Thank God, this is just a little warm up.
Yes. Yes. Look at if he's laughing at
Got
MV.
injured
I know
Philip.
he is.
Oh my gosh.
All right, here we go. Let's get through the rest of the season. See what happens.
Now, I wish I dropped to the third catcher.
We're
There's
going to
little
play
point
all
in this
games.
division. I
I
predict
think we're all
Memphis
going to be
plays well.
watching bingo, or can Cleveland just can Kentucky get into a bus wreck or something? And
Or what happens to usage? You may have a usage issue.
oh, that's very true. Like if somebody's being leaned on way over 150%.
Yep.
Yep.
Although it's got a 14-game cushion, to be honest. See, I'm going to start going down now because I've got a problem
I
with
think
catching.
I know what we're going to find when I run this a second time. For those that want to hang out and watch this, I ran it 4 times this morning, and I think only one
Oh,
team
lost some sound
ever
there.
repeated at the top of their division. That's how much variety it was. Which I'm. Oh, hey, I'm not. I climbed above Ken Castro. Look at me. I'm not, I. It's a battle to win the bottom half, like the bottom three. Can I win the battle of the bad teams in my division?
Look at Manchester going down and down and down because I'm sure that's to do with the catcher situation.
Yeah, world's worst. I was surprised that you didn't draft Jeter, but I guess it just depends on the year that pops up and when.
That's right.
So,
Detroit and Canada. Yeah, we've lost the division.
Oh, Ken Castro just beat Ken to that Philly team. What do we got? Who are the big games? Oh, Long Island. Legends is sitting here going, "Come on!" Oh,
Uh,
He's playing Arlington. He's got to come out of there with wins.
here we go against Las Vegas. This is tight. Cy Young, take a beating. No.
oh, Steve.
Ooh, look at
Oh,
Las Vegas and Manchester, 10-11.
we got what 3 weeks left.
It's 5. Oh, Vegas. It's tearing me apart. Breaking my heart, man.
My goodness.
Hey, 2.5's nothing. All you need is a good sweep of series.
Yeah.
Yeah, but schedules.
Look
I
at
think
Bernard, and
schedules. One.
I'm not surprised with Bernard's
Manchester's
team.
in third.
Bernard's got that
Wow.
deep batting team, and remember, he lost Williams and Frisch.
Yeah.
Oh my God! 3 in a row to at Milbus. Wow.
I just, yeah, wow.
We just
Oh,
picked
look,
4 in a row.
Kentucky. What is going on? I might have to dig in tonight and figure out what's going on. What's wrong with that? Well,
Good,
let's
good bit
see
of
in the next
editing.
sim if Kentucky gets close to that. Then it'll be like, what the? Is this team really that good? Because I didn't get an
Vegas.
indication they were that good.
Vegas have killed
No,
me
I
in a
didn't think so.
stretch.
I'm
So now I
surprised.
know that Vegas played. I know my schedule now because
Poor
I'm
World's.
surprised Deerfield isn't up there. Didn't you say there was a fourth one you couldn't remember? Was that
Yes.
Deerfield
Oh yeah.
maybe?
Deerfield had a good.
They won
Was
it
up
one
there
of the
one
times.
or
Yeah.
two, one a time on that. Yeah. Arlington and Texas have struggled a little bit, but one time Texas was up above like around 500.
Yeah.
My team was always like a game or two above 500. My team was never at the top of the Shanks division. Um,
yeah,
poor
yeah, yeah.
World's Worst. We're giving him such
Holy
an
moly,
anxiety
you got a
attack over
week
there.
left.
He's over there haunted by. He's watching this and seeing his team like, look, you're in second place, World's Worst, but you're 21 back. He's over here kicking himself. He's
Yeah.
going back. He's kicking himself for the draft that's already been over.
Yeah, what a sad end to the season.
109 wins in a league like this. Oh my God.
It's incredible.
That is good.
That's easily the highest any team of mine has
Oh my
done in
gosh.
any sim on any version of this league. So
This is ridiculous. I've never
yeah.
seen any lead like that in a division.
110, yes.
90 game wins.
Look,
92 games and still come third. Not even make the playoffs.
Like you
Shocking.
said, I'll be a 500 team in the next
yeah,
version.
you got 111 wins, and Las Vegas,
Yeah.
Mr. Strom takes the bingo
Yeah,
division.
Very nice, Vegas. Yeah.
damn it.
MV wants to dig into this to find out. He needs to know if that catcher dilemma down the last month.
Yeah, that's what it was. I could see it coming.
Somehow Manchester managed to bumble their way into third place. That's
Yeah,
My God. Talk about Kentucky winning the Derby. My God.
I won't argue
That's
against you being
great.
manager of the year here, Clue. Um, Ed
Right, let's
Walsh,
see.
though.
because I put those lineups together.
Yeah, you have. Hey, you haven't had a chance to put your fingerprint
Yeah,
on. Is that what you're saying?
yeah. Whoever I hired to run the team is doing a good job.
Well, look at this. Look at like how the stars stand out. Look at Bernard's got three. He's got Boyer, Hornsby, Medwick that are four. He's got Ramirez. Remember when the computer made his Ramirez the DH? It must have been a smart move.
Yeah.
Maybe
right.
Bernard knows something. He said, "Hey, just let the computer do its thing."
That's what I did.
Might have been the
Now,
best advice.
Here you go. Kentucky had the best record out of all 14 teams, and not a single player on that All-Star list.
And you had the second best team pitching, aren't even in the top three on batting, and have no All Stars.
And no All-Stars. That's hilarious.
Ed Walsh. Let's look at his numbers. This guy. He started 50 games in the replay. Okay, I guess they're going with a 3.4 man rotation there. Wow, pretty good.
Legends is in the chat.
Whoa. Do I read that right, or do I need to clean my screen? Ed Walsh won 34 games in this league.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
That's
click on
34, not 24. Holy cow!
and you'll see here. Look, in real, he started. He played it. He had 464 innings pitched. 443. He started 40 or 50 games versus 49 in real life here. Yeah.
I
So
can't believe there's a 30-game winner in an all-time league at all. That's just
no.
that's
incredible.
crazy. That is incredible.
And if we look at let's go take a look at how the computer set up Vegas is. Oh, sorry. We're talking about
30 wins,
the
34
other guy.
wins.
Walter Johnson has almost 400 strikeouts on the season. Wow.
Is that
So let's
Walter or
go to
Randy?
his
It's Walter.
rotation.
Las Vegas, Long
Walter
Island.
Johnson, Doc. Remember, Doc White got hurt for him, if you remember. So
Yep.
now let me double check if this was running quality, and we'll see if this changes. And this is just a reminder for everybody in these leagues: is it'll try to start people like a single season, trying to get everybody close to their at bats and innings
I
pitched.
see an error,
In a
Steve.
draft league, you come over here and just hit player quality, and then reset the reset them.
So Steve, that what you're on there, should that not be on quality and then set all teams to above settings
I I've done that, but I
to the
don't
left?
trust that that actually accomplished it. But this is letting me check to know that based on quality, this is what they would have his lineup to be. So if you're ever in doubt, hit that and rerun it, and then see if anything changes. But
No, I'm
they've
just
got him
wondering.
set up.
Yeah, because of the sim, I was just wondering if because the whole sim we just did wasn't based on quality, it was
How
based on
often did Joe Nathan get into the game?
I can tell just by looking at it.
20 innings
It
pitched.
wasn't
Yeah, they didn't need Joe Nathan.
it wasn't based on quality. This one, this was just based on usage.
Yeah, 34 and 12. That's a heck of a run right there. Happy Felsch, 30 home runs. It's crazy, huh?
Mm.
So here's what I can do. That was fun. I always come back here, all the
Have a look at
pitchers
mine, if you want
rest,
to.
set the
Yeah,
leagues. Boom. I'll reset it, then let me zip it and download it so I give you the proper one. And then what do you say we run another one?
yeah. When you run the other one, Steve, will you run it with quality on though for all teams?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think it is
because
set up that way.
I don't think it is. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it is. I
Let
can kind
me
of tell.
say, let me go to MV.
Mine isn't. I don't think. Let's have a look. Because Kershaw would been used a little bit more. I could be wrong though. Manager.
No, there's your quality right there. It's
Yeah,
on.
yeah. But it's on now though. That's what I'm saying. It's on now. That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me zip it.
Thanks for that, Steve. That was brilliant.
8/19/23 is what I want.
That was fun. I thought I'd have so much fun looking at a screen.
So, Steve, did we just do the whole league and we can get ready for Shanks 4 draft in a week?
No clue. That we're not.
Wednesday?
This he stipulates to the season being over, and let's move on. No, we're
Let's
not
move
going to do
on.
that.
We had an idea. Well, I had an idea, actually, Steve. People, maybe
Let me
checks four or
upload this.
five.
This is what we want right here. 8/19. I
Bernard's going to come
posted
back in a
that.
minute.
I know RJL's looking for it, Bernard. So this should have your changes here. So when we look at this one, we've got Las Vegas with. We have no replay stats yet, but we will, right? Let's go
Carlos is
sim it.
asking, not sure we have an exact day, Carlos, for opening day. Because Steve
I
carrying
think
such a
it'll be
bit of a
later this week. I really
yeah
want to
this
get the
week.
pictures that are missing in.
Yeah.
Um, if anybody's up for it, what I like to do is we'll run through another like take of this, and then maybe
Yeah.
we'll fire up a game here real quick and see what it looks like in a park. I'm
Yeah.
really anxious to see the Palace of the Fans park that
What's that part? What's that
Beatles
one?
has, and then Ebbets for you, MV. I'm getting ready to put. I've got the one out
Mm,
of MLB The Show, but I'm going to get rid of some of the more modern logos and replace them. If I
okay.
have time, I've been looking to enhance some of the player parks that I have.
What's your thought process on the parks? Anyway, not the parks are great. I'm talking about the modifiers. So, for example, I was looking at Abbotsfield 1953.
Okay.
I can't remember if I did 53 or 55 last year. But when I was looking at this one, the 53 part, it really doesn't make much difference. It's like only a bump of like plus 5% for right hand power hitters,
Yep.
plus say 3% for lefties. But that's more or less like a neutral park, isn't it?
Yes.
Because it didn't have any. Yeah, okay. I was wondering
So
if it was
53,
power
yeah,
or.
that's fairly neutral. The real bump is that's basically a 140% increase for triples for lefties. That's the way to read that right there.
Ah,
6%.
that Tiger Stadium
Baseball
is
seam
huge.
heads shows it in a whole number. Action just it just, hey, we got the 100 part right. So action 6 means it's a 6% increase. Seam heads would show that as 106. And this -4 for action for triples would be shown as 96 because it's 4 off
Gotcha.
the 100 being the baseline. So if you look at
Well, intriguing.
55, 55 will give you a 38% bump for right-handed homers.
Yeah, I'm just
But that all
curious. I
depends
wonder if
on the
yours did.
season they're coming from, right? So if somebody's
Yeah, that's
coming
true.
from a season where they had a 58% bump in right, they'll actually get reduced. Where somebody that's coming from a neutral to a 38 would get an increase. So it really matters where they're coming from. And that's why the what if is a great tool in the
So,
game.
yeah. So, Carlos, in terms of who's hosting, uh, Beatles, I believe, Steve, I believe. I've pulled back a bit because of the time
I
difference.
think
But
Bernard was talking about it.
Bernard, yeah,
Was
Bernard and
RJL
Dwayne.
hopping on? We getting RJL hopping on
Probably
there
RJ
too?
will
I
be
mean,
great as well. So I
um,
know Bernard
yeah.
and Dwayne have agreed. I might do the odd one here and there, but probably time is probably not. But I will still be active, of course. But yeah, so Carlos, to answer your question.
Are you
Uh,
fine if we just hit play all games and sit back and just watch her go?
yeah. I'm good.
Let's
I'm
do
waiting.
it.
Let's do it.
But we do know that the marquee first game to kick off the season, and this one I'll broadcast to kick it off, will be
Yeah, I like that one.
Legends
Yeah,
at Beatles.
it's gonna be fun.
That's the premier opener for this season. That'll be a good one. So hey, let's just play
Quick
this
question,
game.
Steve.
Yes.
Just a quick question in terms of the admin side with yourself included. So when it comes to lineups and the latest to send a lineup in, are we doing sort of broadcast like we normally do, like on a weekend, Friday, to have your lineups in by say Thursday night? Is that fair?
No, I think we can talk through that, right? I think to start the season, get your lineups in, and then we thought, okay, maybe like we'll do the opening game. That would be fun, and right,
Of
like
course.
maybe come on and sim a few weeks or something, then hand it off to the next person. But we thought
Yeah.
about a little more of a quicker cadence to that, meaning,
Yeah,
there's
definitely.
not a lot, a whole lot. We don't have time to be
No.
bringing in weekly or updates
No,
like
and we want
that.
to get to Shanks 4
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
The main thing is let the computer deal with it after we initially set our depth charts and tendencies. If you want to do that, then we say let it go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool.
Good point.
Yeah.
So who's going to win? Let's just play. Let's auto play this and just highlight the very first game.
Yeah, let's do that. Do it.
Oh, Beatles squeaks by Long
People.
Island. Let's see what happened in the box. Then we'll just put it on auto.
Yeah.
Oh, Mudville with the Long Island trying to come back and get it. Who is
I can't, I can't see your screen, funny enough. I can see people's multiple lines on the screen. Are you playing the actual schedule at the moment? I can't see a thing.
um
I can see 1934 Mudville Nines, and you're scrolling up and down. Oh, you haven't started the league yet. You haven't started. So, I mean,
you're on a delay, probably.
no. But like, I was always about 3 seconds behind you on screen. Maybe I am on delay. Do you know what? I am. Apologies.
Yes.
I'm with you now.
So
I must have I'm
here's the
back.
opening game of the season. It looks like Mudville put up 11 hits and got the win.
Mudville
Jenkins,
Nine. Who's Jenkins?
who
Who's
is
he?
Jenkins?
There's a fast Jenkins in the Negro Leagues. I know that.
Jenkins.
I know who Jenkins is.
I
The
have
only
no
Jenkins in
clue.
baseball is Ferguson Jenkins and Fast Jenkins. Those are the only two baseball names I know.
Mike
Is he a ringer?
Caldwell beats up Walter Johnson. What a league. Let's take a look at I guess we'll find out at the end of the season. So we're going to play all games. Let's go.
Yeah, let's
Let's
go.
have some fun. We'll
I
put
like the logos, Steve. They're cool. That Legends one looks pretty cool.
we'll put the batting average, ERA, team batting.
Yeah.
I'm leading the
Oh,
league in ERA
Deerfield.
after one game.
Deerfield have taken me down already.
That's
Yeah, not start, man.
RJL. I think that's his alma mater there, Deerfield
Yeah.
Beach.
Well, we evened him up. We ironed him out eventually. Go, bitches, and go. Get a good start. You need at least 5 games ahead of everybody else by, say, end of May.
Look, Mudville and Detroit are leading
You're
the league
second,
early.
yeah.
We were the cellar dwellers last time.
Look at you guys. Tear it out. Where's Kentucky this time? At the bottom.
They're selling chicken. That's what they're doing.
Oh, we're off to a good start this time.
You know, interesting too, when we get done with this one, we can go look at that chart that shows how every team did against the other teams. That's a good view
Oh, I
too.
love that one. That was pretty good last year. God, my bullpen's doing well.
Didn't you actually beat me head to head in our head to head matchups?
Yeah, even in the playoffs, it gave me trouble.
Yeah, I think
I think
that's.
you beat us
I was
2-1.
resting people. Had to be resting
Yeah.
people.
You had a deadly lineup. Monica McGuire, Fred Dunlap,
Texas is
Middle
struggling
shortstop,
here.
Concepcion. You had that nigger at third base along with Andrew Aaron. You had everybody. Joe DiMaggio in center field. It's crazy.
Texas might have Aaron might have the whole team hurt.
See, Hagerstown this time is off to a slow start.
Right, an injury here or
That's all it takes.
the way the ball bounces.
Yeah, press the wrong button, WWG. So Bernard is back. We'll do another one, Bernard. Another run through. Steve wants to see if his Detroit season was just an outlier, or it's more an
Carlos saying,
indicator
yeah,
of
it's
his team.
Jeff Jenkins. It's a Brewer player, I think. I
Oh,
don't
really?
know, or Diamondback. I don't know. Jeff
I never
Jenkins.
heard of it.
Got to be modern day. Hey, I'm just glad I'm
69
above
Marichal.
500.
See, that's more like the ERA I was expecting. But this time, mine's on quality, not real stats. That's what I think it should be.
Hmm.
Ah, there goes Las Vegas again.
Wait, look at the Shanks division. How close it is.
Much closer. And Kentucky, wow.
Well, they're back over 500 now. So yeah, they might have had a bad week or a couple week stretch, but
Mhm.
I don't know how a team could go from 111 wins to the cellar, right?
But they could have been down to run differential as well, because he might have been winning games by 1 run here, 1 run there.
Yeah.
And this time, those runs go the other way because it's so tight. I mean, Mudfield, look at them tearing up the league. Where is Wellsworth's Gamer again? Canada. Yeah, they're the ones. They're dark horses, man.
Well, look, there's even the bottom teams. 6 or 7 teams are above 500 in Shanks.
Yeah, true. Look at Detroit. Wait, Mudfield have gone 360.
Wow,
Again, the run differential
completely
might have been
different.
so different. Oh, we're playing you now. Oh, God.
Hey, RJL, you don't have the new file. I just downloaded it. Head right over there to where you got the last one.
Shame where it is.
It's sitting there.
The last one, RGL, is in Baseball Geek Squad. And then where you last put thank you, sir, RGL, just underneath that on the red line, there's a new file. Where's Clint? Was he gone?
I think he's
Same
distraught.
schedule, Bernard. Yeah. Same schedule, Bernard. And it will be the same, Steve, won't
Yep.
it? It will always be the
Hmm.
same schedule. So
Yes.
in a way, by doing the Sims, you kind of see when you're going to be playing a tougher team, possibly up to maybe about 20 run throughs.
I think Clue stepped away. He's muted.
Yeah, he's in shock. Las Vegas, that's tough, man. Raymond's team. Look at that, smashing teams.
Yeah.
9-0. Deneen, 5-5. World's worst game, and what are you doing? Roger Clemens, tear me apart.
Look at that. Everybody's 500 or above in Shanks. That's unheard
Yeah,
of. I mean, that's crazy for
he just squeaked one past
we
Haggerstown.
we must be destroying the bingo teams when we play them.
Yeah,
But wasn't it just the opposite last go? It seemed
yeah,
like
it was. It was. It was. You're still in it. I think once you tweet it again, it's competitive.
here we go.
I remember that Lawrence last year with Hawaii.
Yeah.
He dominated the spring training. Then we all got involved with training, including Lawrence. But he tweaked it again mid-season, and he went back up to the top again.
Yeah,
So the
and you know it's
tweaking
funny.
does
He
have a
did
lot.
better, but he tweaked and messed it up. He adjusted
Yeah, he did.
different than what the computer was doing, and then he had sent me a message. He goes, "Oh, I just ruined my team."
You still remember his team?
Yeah, the volcanoes.
Hawaii volcanoes. Sadly enough, I mean that's what happened in Hawaii the other day. My God, I was watching it from over
Oh
here. It's
yeah.
horrific, like hell on earth.
Well, Todd B in
Oh,
Cleveland is really,
yeah, Todd's coming through. Montreal hanging in there. Now
and
Detroit,
look,
what's happening again?
Worlds is just looking at his Canada team, just right there, ready to break through, and he's killing himself. He
Yeah,
thinks
you
it's
know
all
he's going
draft
to come
picks.
through. I just WWG. I don't know how you can see that so quickly. He must be looking at every box score because he says, "I'm
Yeah,
losing too many one-run games."
and let me put it on highlight. Sometimes these highlight boxes are fun to see because they're highlighting key things that
Yeah,
happen.
Pat Cops doing well.
Well, I got 12 Ks out of Nolan Ryan. Oh, Canada, 4 errors. There you go. Not the highlight you want to see.
Yeah. Oh, Manchester, McGinnity's not doing very well. Note to self. I would never play Tim Keefe in my rotation, funny enough. I'm going to exclude him like I did Cy Young. Oh, we forgot to check Cy Young stats on the last one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Well,
the
he had to do well because he was on the winning team in
winning
Las
team. Yeah,
Vegas.
that's true. Oh, maybe they won in spite of.
Hagerstown, 17 hits.
But the reason why I'm so down on Cy Young is because I had him in my first Shanks.
Yes.
It's just horrible.
And here I go. Now I'm back. Look, now I'm back at the bottom. What is going
Yeah,
on?
but yeah,
Maybe there was an injury.
yeah, but that division is much stronger than the other division. Shanks is stronger.
I'm
You can
playing
see.
Clue. Oh, he just got me on that one. Beat Lolich. Come on, Nolan Ryan. Beat Mudville. Oh,
Just look at the scores is fun. He just lost to Kentucky again. Texas is just taking me down. Or taking the Red Bulls down, I should say. Come on, beat them 4-1. Nice. Well, Marichal's having a good season. Yeah, 2 in a row. Slightly 12-3.
hmm.
Come on, one more win.
Come on,
Let's take on
Lolich. Get a
Cleveland
win.
now. Come on, Keefe. Damn it. And it just takes him down.
Here comes World's Worst. He's playing Arlington. Those are like, he's on that
Yeah.
Arlington. He's got Arlington coming in too.
Yeah, you're playing now. He just beat them 10-2.
Oh, look at him. He beat him
Three.
19-3.
Oh, man. Las Vegas can't shake them.
Oh, now it's Legends and World's Worst going at
Cy
it.
Young lost the game. Canada 19-3. Wow. You're playing, and
Doubleheader.
we're
Let's
playing
get this
opponents.
doubleheader. Come on. Oh, I pounded Texas right there. Let's go. Let's see what else we got. Ah, crap.
You
Boy,
beat them once and
Lolich.
nothing.
Lolich has lost. It seems like he's lost several games when I've been seeing Lolich come up there. I might have to look at my order.
15-2, Newhouser. And then you drop one after that. Lolich dropped one. Come on, Kershaw. Yes, Clayton Kershaw's always going to win. Again, he's having a terrible season.
What's going
Probably
on with
going into four.
your team's doing really well this time?
Well, it won't last. It won't last because I'm sure I'll have the same problem again. It's probably going to be my downfall or the downfall of the team. Catcher stuff. Should have thought about third catcher. See, that's the beauty of the game, isn't it? Drafting. Do you go with a third one? I'm thinking 30 people. I'm thinking that should be fine, but I didn't think it through. I'm glad they changed Tim Keefe for that one extra catcher. Oh, Philadelphia's killing me. Let's have a look at the chat.
Oh, I'm playing Bernie right now. Oh, I'm getting beat. Now
So Joe Murdy says, so Bernard says, can we check injuries soon? Yeah. And then Joe Murdy says, hey, Steve, I think next time you run through, you could try without injuries. That would be interesting.
Well, I don't have.
Definitely interesting.
I just picked all. I mean, I could pause it, but we're rolling all the way. I can hit pause over here if we want. Once we get to July 31st, I'll hit pause.
Shanks is
take a look
tight.
at injuries.
Shanks is tight. It's really tight. Nobody's out of the Shanks.
No, everybody's right at the bottom.
Everyone's at 500 or above. Manchester's just hanging in there. Oh, God, keep losing silly games. Las Vegas, where are you? Where's Las Vegas? Come on, beat my Phil. Yes. Brian Wilson on the bullpen for that one. Bob Fella's 15-6. Yes, another win. Bullpen again saves us. Looks like Gus Mancuso's had a good effect on the team. Come on, man, just do it again. We take down RGL with McGinnity. Jackie Robinson 3 for 5. Detroit beats Philadelphia. Come on, take down Gabriel again. Yes, shut up, Marshall again. Take on Arlington. Come on, beat them 11-0 over Arlington. And 7-game lead now. But that's Vegas will come, and so will Long Island. Now, wasn't Hagerstown good in the last one, just before this one?
Yeah.
20 games back. You're winning. You've got a winning record, Steve. It's your division and stuff, not your team's bad. Go either way.
Let's see what we got. So, did Kentucky? Have I been not even paying attention? To Kentucky move their way back up now?
I didn't even look.
Hey,
on top, yeah.
I'm not even paying attention to him. Kentucky.
right.
Everybody's 500 or above. We must be just in. Whenever we play people in the bingo league, doing really well. So people are looking.
That also tells me. That tells me that the differential is tweak here and there. Anyone could win that.
Current injuries. What do we got? Well, Buddy Bell's out till October. I don't see too many Octobers or season-ending current ones. Oh, David Wright, dislocated elbow. He's out for the season. So that's
loads up.
That hits RJL's team.
No, but loads out. George Davis out. Adrian Beltran's out. Pete Reiser's out, which makes sense. Mookie Betts was not too bad.
I don't have. I got Tony Phillips out, fractured fibula, and that kills me because he's really. I'm weak at left field.
Ed Williams out with a collarbone injury until October.
Oh, look. No wonder I'm screwed. Ty Cobb, Rod Carew, Tony Phillips, Charlie Gehringer, all out.
And you're at 500.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I do have Mike Trout. It's a good thing I drafted Mike Trout because I thought, well, I don't need him now. I've got Ty Cobb. Well, no, I do need him.
You need him. Joe DiMaggio out until September.
Well, World's Worst wants to see his one-run games. Let's do that.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff. I think there's a lot in that. That's bullpen stuff.
Oh, one run games. Canada. Oh, you're
It's a
15 and
really
13 in one run games. You can't get down on yourself.
what's my one run?
Manchester's looking. You
22
are
and 10.
22 and 10 in one run games.
Is that a lot to do with the bullpen, you think?
Luck. A lot of the team that's on the losing end of that, Hagerstown. They've been in 32 one
Yeah,
run games and they've got only 12 wins
it's
out of that.
screwed. Oh, you get the versus left or versus right. Not bad. And you can see the divisional record as well.
Yep.
So let's have a look at
Run
yours.
differential.
Your versus left is the best in the league, both leagues. Your lineup versus left
Well,
is
yeah,
less.
it makes sense because I've got Harry Heilman there that comes in, Miguel Cabrera. I've got some good right-handed hitting, and then my good left-handed hitting's hurt. Cobb and Geringer.
Well, my home and road record are the same almost. If it's just a
Yeah.
little difference. That's yeah, which makes sense because I'm playing at Ebbets 53. That makes
Let's
sense.
see.
So I was saying in the
MV
chat.
now is the manager of the year. Look at that. They don't know what they're doing, but we'll see how
Well,
that
they've got it
plays
right
out.
at last. So Bernard, yeah, Ted Williams is out, Tony Baldwin's out, Frankie Frisch is out. So Carl says yes, KY. Best in pitching again so far. Ah, nice. See, this is the strategy here. Bernard Strom says I might put Williams at DH to avoid injury because there's a durability
That's a
rating.
smart. Yeah,
That's a smart move.
because you have more chances to get hurt on the fielding side of things. It's a good way to look at it.
So durability rating does come into it then, doesn't it? It must do. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes, because the people that miss several. Yeah, I've got it set to the durability rating, meaning it's going to
So
be.
I got Pete Razor, right? Pete Razor. In my mind, he was the man who got injured quite a lot. However,
Yeah.
I suppose his durability rating reflects that. Oh, beat Haggerstown 10-5. Done Sutton 15 and 5. Manchester 11 game winning streak. Oh, this is music to my ears. And as I say that, what's what happened? We'll lose.
Boy, look at this race. Look at World's Worst has almost
Why
caught
everyone
is coming up on Big Clue.
is he?
Yeah, look, he's 2 games behind
Yeah,
him.
yeah, it's 2 games later. He
And
should
of
do
all
that.
things, Beatles is about to make
I
a
know.
run with two franchise,
Beatles is the kind
two
of guy I don't
expansion
want to play poker
franchise.
with. He's the kind of guy I won't play poker with. He's just like, not that I gamble, but he's a Mr. All Shocks, and he does really well.
Yeah,
Slippery Beatles. Oh,
yeah,
good
those
clues, all
injuries
right.
are killing me. I've there's
Is that 14 in a row for Manchester? 15 in a row.
he just got
Jeez.
lost to Legends. Legends team has always done well in the replays, but something's going wrong on this one.
Well, you're doing much better than the previous one.
Look at Worldsworth is a half game behind. Oh, he's in first now.
He's in front now,
Oh,
yeah.
they're fighting it out. Who's playing who here? Let's see.
I'm looking over my I mean, Manchester's looking at the show
All
in
right,
Las
now here's
Vegas.
see
They're
where
going to come.
Canada's going.
Yeah, going to
The
beat them from
Canada team, if they have a Canada Kentucky series coming up, that'll be a good one. Oh, Canada is going at Manchester. You beat him. Kershaw beat Clemens.
Kennedy 12 and 12. He's been a bit of a disappointment, actually.
Halladay and Marichal. Oh, he beat you.
Well,
Rivera comes in.
Kershaw beat Clemens.
Oh, here's
Probably seen it one
oh
time.
he beat you with Stan Bonson
Rivera,
too.
yeah,
He took that series from you, MV. And
he
he
did
and look, and he
indeed.
lost a game to a spot to Kentucky.
Here comes Las Vegas. On the rails, here they come. Just like I predicted. Scoundrels on bounders. Here comes Las Vegas. Houston on Island. Babe Ruth is 16 and hits. Look at Vegas. Oh, God. It's a schedule, isn't it? There's certain weak spots and strong spots. I know they're in one of their runs where they're probably playing team they match up well against. So it's always going to be that way.
Yeah.
Where's Detroit now? Lollich 10 and
I'm
10. Beat
hovering at
Atlanta.
500. Look at how competitive that division is, and it's like, can I
It's
just get to
still
500,
competitive.
please?
Vegas have come back from 12 back, 12.5 back. Here we go against Canada. McGinnity Mays. Yes. Detroit takes down
I see
Henderson.
Joe typed in here. It'd be interesting to see without any injuries on.
That would be the proper indicator, I think, of where the strength really is, because then it's AI without
Well,
managing
there
injuries.
you go. I have to go tell my wife there's one more rabbit hole before I leave.
Yeah.
One more rabbit hole.
I'll stay down here with this light on still, Steve. Don't worry. 19 and 6 Don Sutton. It's 1972 Don Sutton. Here comes Las Vegas. Oh my God. They're 3.5 back. So Brandon is asking when we're going to get back together again. It's got to do a little running off. I think, yeah, the schedule does affect, not the results. It's just what it does.
No clue. I mean, maybe
It's-
we can. I'll try to maybe get something on during the week if Beatles has a broadcast or
yeah,
whatever
just
to pop on there and doing an update, or I'll do something in the middle of the week as I get all
sure.
the pictures compiled and everything. But hey, I feel
Yeah,
good
when you're
this
ready.
weekend. I got the schedule all locked down to
Oh, you do
162
great.
because that's that. This template is pretty easy now that I actually got in and messed around with it. I'm like, okay, I can handle this. This is great for doing
Did you
imported
have to do
schedules.
that much more photos? Or did you use the old ones?
Yeah, well, I do have the old ones in here. So, and the other thing I'm doing is I usually do 2, 3, or 4 player photos. Now, to speed things up, I'm just going to grab one and go.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Put the
that's what
template on it
that's
and
what
then
I think.
go to fill it out. But honestly, I should have that done by Tuesday.
I
Uh,
admire you, Steve. I admire you.
uh, Wednesday at the latest, we should have everything ready to roll, and then we can figure out
Yeah,
when do we want to officially kick off game one and kind of make a
yeah,
big deal
sure.
out of that. Fireworks, bobblehead night. Um,
That's no, I love it. I love it. Can't believe we can't say that's Vegas in this particular
Hey,
league.
Vegas is right there with you. What do we got? About
All this
2 weeks
lockstep.
left? 3 weeks left?
Yeah, yeah.
And
But I
world's
already know what
worst.
I'm going to change.
World's worst. Look at this.
Canada's on top of Kentucky. Vegas are
Yeah,
three back
you're
of Manchester.
world's worst. If you start tinkering when we have injuries on and all that kind of different stuff, you're always trying to hit a moving target. You know what I mean? It's hard to.
I just thought Las Vegas played Manchester and I knew Cy Young was on the mound. I thought that's a win for us. And we
But
did.
you, and that's a tip that Joe brought up here in the comment about it. But you can do that on your own. Is shut injuries off and then run, and then you can see how your team's doing, right? And
Yeah, I think so. I think yeah,
hey, I can't help injuries, but at least I'm not trying to chase something and not take into account
exactly.
injuries. So that's a good setting to go shut injuries off, and then go run
Absolutely.
yourself some sims and test out your lineup till you're happy.
And then you'll know. You'll know. That's some bad luck.
Wow.
I had bad luck last year. I lost Josh Gibson.
Clue
Alex
and
Rodriguez.
world's worst are right there.
That's a ding dong. So how have you dropped back so far? You back at the back
uh,
3978.
I had been doing okay, but then you see those injuries. These are the people that are out long
Yeah,
term.
yeah.
So,
You disagree with that.
and I don't, what, I'm interested to see what they're doing really with my staff. I mean, I may want to change the road, like
I
who the
think
number
so.
1, 2, 3, 4 is, and
I'm definitely changing mine. Definitely. Because quite sure I don't think it's I can see just by looking at the screen. I know who would be there and who wouldn't. Tim
well,
Keefe would not be in my rotation.
but what if you change
Marshall,
that and you never see first place again, MB?
yeah. Well, the risk, isn't it? I can tell. You know what it is? He walks too much. He walks way too. I learned that in my very first Ned McGreevy league. Bear in mind, I had no idea about Deadpool, and it was Beatles that was pointing it out. I thought, okay, I've learned something here. So I learned so much from that very first league. Oh, it's still tight. Can't shake it. You watch Vegas win. Vegas going to win. There's only a couple of games to go. They're one game back.
This is what's killing me. My team is in the bottom. Look at the turnaround that Beatles team did here. He's 20
It's
some
injuries,
games, 26 games above 500 from
and he's
being
won
down in the
90 games.
cellar.
And he's won 90 games.
And again, that's got to be maybe, timing,
It's injuries. It's definitely
pitching,
injuries.
injuries,
I'd say
the
each team is
randomness of
roughly about.
baseball.
I think each team is about only playing at 70% of what they probably could with the owner inputs come. Um, because you're going to change rotations. You're going to take people out of the AI. I don't like what the AI selected
Yeah, yeah.
at all.
You may find platoons you want to go with that the AI is not doing.
Yeah, there'll be a wrinkle in there somewhere you
Oh
can
my
take
gosh, look
advantage
at
of.
this. Canada and Kentucky both 100, and he caught
Wow,
he caught Clue. And this time this time we have two new division leaders.
crazy. Manchester beats Vegas. Just Canada. What game still in the chat? I suspect he is. Yeah, he is. Wow, he says. Wow. Canada, he says. Here was game of through the screen. It's brilliant.
Um,
Yeah, Steve.
we see some look. I don't know what they say there, Bernard, but Manny Ramirez has been a league leading DH 2 years in a row now. That's probably a good hint. Munson, I
That's a big
believe,
hint.
um, and Gehrig were both there last time for Canada. I mean, Munson in this league, as far as a catcher, he's really standing out.
He's really good.
This time, Kentucky has the best pitching. Bernard's team has the best hitting, really. How did Mudville with the Brewers and Diamondbacks get to
That's
268?
an
What the
outstanding
hell?
performance. It's outstanding.
Lefty Grove. Let's see what Walsh
How-
did this time. Did Walsh pitch 50 games?
He didn't get in the top five.
Oh, remember we did the quality. Look, the last time they started him
That's what
50
I said.
times.
The
This
quality
time
thing makes a
they
difference.
shared
That,
that role a little bit with Walter Johnson and others. So he didn't like pitch every third day.
that's it. And that's the thing. That's why you were right to put it in quality, but it's to spread it right across the league. Unless people want to change it back to individual usage. And I think he had a more balanced league, which was exactly what
Let's
we
look
hoped.
at his game started here. This is replay stats.
Mm.
So that's what they did. Johnson got the 40 starts. Walsh right there. Emil Dutch Leonard got 31. White and Pierce. Okay.
Would you look at mine again, please? The only
Yep.
thing I would change on my one is, like I said, the quality works. That's is proven now for me. Would be just literally just changing around my depth chart on my rotation
There's your
because that's
starters.
what I love
It,
doing.
it went it went with McGinnity Sutton.
Which is exactly what I think it should. The one missing, and Marischal, that's all good.
Oh, I
He's
see.
the
You
only
did.
one not in there.
So you would go
I take Keith
Marquard
out.
Wyatt, maybe
Wyatt.
Wyatt.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And then the spot starters will be Drysdale
Oh,
and
Drysdale
Mark Card.
pitched batting practice.
Exactly. And he hardly had a game. But that's fine because, things are kind of a backup.
When you
Tim
drafted him
Keith
like
was,
near the beginning, everybody's like, "Oh, he got Drysdale. That's really good." And then when the whole league plays out, now you realize
yeah.
he's just.
I mean, I could have taken a 1960 Willie Mays or a 1960 Koufax, but I thought that's just not going to be. They've come up. Actually, I was doing a little stats with Clue yesterday, and reckon per decade, you're probably only going to get 2 or 3 players on average
I mean,
per decade.
Steve
So
Sachs
you,
played half the time, but Jackie Robinson was your really, full time best batter.
and there's my stuff with the catcher again. Posey,
Let's take a look
222.
at how many games he started and when, because we can go to his history. Well, I'm sorry, go to usage. No, game logs. I never know what it is. Here it is.
Yeah.
So you can see he played a whole lot in
Was he
September.
penalized? Yep. So then look at his game log. See his average go down. Actually, it stays pretty stay the same.
He played a
Yeah,
lot.
he declines. He declines.
See game logs for Posey.
So that's Mancuso. That's the weakness. Oh well, learn something for next draft.
And then the cool thing with you can track usage. You can say exceeded real life total, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So he
yeah.
was on,
That's a double whammy.
but
But yeah.
but remember this, we only have penalties at 150. This tracker will try to give you if you go over
103.
100. So it could be a false alarm with what we have, if that makes sense, right? He went
What I can do.
103, and it's not till 150% that they start getting a hit.
So he just had a bad season behind
Yeah.
the plate, and he's tired as well. There is a thing for tiredness,
Now,
and he's
now
definitely
this
been
is
cut. No,
different. Mancuso
yeah,
had 158 real at bats, and they batted him 451 times.
he was definitely affected. He must have been
So
penalized.
depth for you.
I've reduced his at bats. That's it.
Let's load
Because
up
Posey didn't use his allowed at bats.
Posey's versus left, and then your versus right is Posey.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it.
oh, here's the problem. They're using Mancuso as your DH.
Well, this is what I'm saying. The whole thing will start to switch. That makes sense. See, a little rooting around.
And I know why they
You
want
know
him
I'm
at
not going to do that.
DH because his real stats isn't he like a 340 hitter or whatever. Yeah, yeah. So you'll be able to
Yeah,
clean that kind of anomaly up.
yeah, big time. I've got so
Very,
many I
very
could use in
nice.
that spot. Steve Garvey didn't play.
Can I
Mel Up
email the
didn't play.
schedule file? Um, hmm.
They can export it from their file they've got already. Because
I,
they've
I,
got your
I
file.
yeah. If you go up here, Bernard, you go to organize, hit schedule. When you're in the league, and when you go up here, go to tools and hit export. It'll export it into a like an Excel doc for you.
Yeah,
Now let's take a look at who did what against what. Right? League team versus
sure.
team chart.
There's export CSV schedule.
So you'll see the way it's set up when 162 back then was in your division, you're going to play everybody 13 times. In the opposite division, you're going to play them 12.
Wow, look at that. Where's your one? Detroit.
Oh, you want to make sure that you're getting the best of me.
Yeah,
You
of
are
course.
nine. You are 9-3 against me.
It goes without saying. But look at that, though. That was just an anomaly with one player plus Mancuso.
The
That's
only
probably across
oh
every team.
the
It's not
only
something like
team
that.
I really beat up on was Arlington in Texas. I was 3-10
Well,
against Clue. I was 3-9 against you. How'd I do against
but
Canada?
look at your team, though,
Oh,
Steve.
I,
Look at
I
your
was
team.
5-8 against Canada. Yeah, let me see what's going on with my team. There's something
I
I'm not
reckon you'll
liking.
find things in there really easily. If I found Mancuso issue, you'll find that. And one of the things I learned because I probably did more broadcasts than most last time, I got to see the ins and outs of the
Mm.
game. I know you're an expert, but because I was thinking, why does that work for them and why doesn't it work for me?
Yeah.
I was tinkering around just having a look.
Oh my God! Look what happened. I ended up losing Cobb and Trout. And
Yeah,
Trout's
you
the
did.
backup if he gets hurt. So let's take a look at Cobb. What is his injury rating? He's a
No into
9. He's
time?
a 9 durability. He's getting that's it's not horrible. He played
No, it's not.
146 games. He's getting hurt all the time and
There's
only
a
getting
small
like
sample
90
size, then.
games.
It's only two runs, unless you saw it in your run throughs.
I saw it in like two of
Because
the four and the last two we've run here.
really, or
But this is
who else
this.
is your center
There's
fielder?
a season that Trout only got 114 games in, so he's a 7 durability.
I'm thinking maybe he was overplayed too much. Who's in your depth chart? And
Yeah,
again,
Trout's behind
your
him, but if we look at usage, I'm sorry, game
I can
logs,
see
maybe
the
we can see
issue.
where he got hurt. Oh, he gets
I
injured
can fix it.
all year. So he starts going, he gets ejected on May 30th. That's not a surprise with Cobb,
I
right?
can see the problem already, Steve. You know
Inside
what
the
it is?
park home run.
I reckon
Injured,
the date the
injured,
season
injured.
starts, I think by the end of the week, he said, Bernard says, can you say that one more time, please? But I'm not sure what you were talking about at the time. But, oh, right, he was talking about the email and the schedule. and it was to go into organize. I think you said, Steve, and
Oh
then
yeah,
schedule,
you're going to want to, if you're in the
export.
game file, go to organize the schedule and just export it. So you're going to hit organize up here at the top. Then you're going to pick schedule, and when the yeah, we know games have been played in this one. Then you go up to tools, and you can export the schedule as a CSV and pop it up into I might be able
Right.
to also, let me see if I can
Hey,
drop
look
it
at
in our
that.
chat.
There you go. You woken up again.
Yeah, I'm back.
I was wondering what happened to you.
Congrats, you and World's Worst.
Yes,
Yes,
sadly, it's not the real thing,
I didn't think you were congratulating me.
but I've learned some things here. Yeah, well, I know what your problem is. Your team. Do you want me to tell you?
What?
I'm sorry, you're saying there's a problem on our teams?
No, Steve's team specifically. I can see what the issue is immediately. Do you want me to tell you, Steve?
Okay, I'll bite. Go for it.
This
What's
should be
going
good.
on?
I've got my fishing rod out. Okay. No, it's just I just love analysis like you do. The same thing. When you looked at Ty Cobb, right, you said his durability is 9. You've done a couple of sample seasons, and he still gets injured at least half the time, and for long times. So logically, to me, I'm thinking, well, who's the other guy, center fielder? By Trout. So to me, it could be if Ty Cobb's a 9 and he's still getting injured, he's playing too much. So therefore, Trout isn't, unless I'm wrong. Trout, there you go. Trout was injured till October. Am I right in
Yeah,
saying that?
and he only played 114 that game. But here's what I noticed with Pop. He took a bad injury here. If we look at the game logs, he gets injured right here. Well, he gets injured on July 3rd. He isn't back until September 7th. Then he gets
There you
injured
go.
for a week here in September. Of course, then he got hurt with a few games left. But yeah, that's a big injury. So he's hurt from July for 2 months. He was out,
And Mike Trout is out. So then who's your
right?
third option? Hoot Evers?
Got a lot of yeah. So you got Hoot Evers. I mean, I could move Kaline in there. Um,
And tell the AI to make sure he
yep.
plays. That's it. I think that's the difference. The
Uh,
quality team is
this
there.
guy needs to bat more. Here's my replay stats. Heilman in only half the games hit 335.
And one more thing, again, you taught me this yourself because you're the expert. You know, when I switch mine around to quality only, check your one more time. You know your manager thing, yeah. I've got a funny feeling it's back on usage. I could be wrong. Or real stats, whatever it was.
I
I'll
think
just
it's
say.
going to be the same. Oh,
Okay.
oh,
It
yeah.
was on usage.
They're trying to put in Zernial,
There you go.
and look at
See?
this. He's gonna 326 use. Oh, okay. There we go.
All
Yeah.
right.
Of course, I got
I
to get in
learned from
here.
you, Steve.
I got to get in here and tweak my team, see what I like with my bullpen, all that. Maybe I can do something. Well, if they could quit getting hurt, and then maybe I can figure out how to set it up.
And I think that's what it is. And I would definitely suggest, this is just a
What about
suggestion.
Kentucky's pitching here?
Mm,
Game started. Noodles Hahn, a 25 game winner.
yeah, that's awesome.
I've noticed the lefties aren't getting beat up. What about legends here? Yeah, Doc White. It seems this lefty boost has to be on because remember how horrible lefties were? We had Koufax with a
Yeah.
5
Koufax is
ERA
awful.
and
Did I
Lefty
just see
Grove.
that Pedro Martinez was not used at all the whole season?
Who
How
for?
is that? How I'm not going to say anything about the AI, but
I know already. Again, I learned this last year because of the amount of broadcasts. I think, in my opinion, if you set everybody to be on, I think you tried it, Steve, but I don't think you clicked it. I know you
that's
did it, but
There
I
it
don't
is.
think it. Yeah, let's have a
that's
look again.
incredible.
See, they're automatic, and then now go to set all teams to above settings. Ah, you didn't do it.
Hmm?
Go back again, Steve. Unless I'm blind. If you set it to all teams, say it generates across all the 14 teams in the league. Wrong one. Yeah.
Does it
You
do
I,
something
now
similar to
that's
that
it.
with the
That's it.
position players?
player
yeah.
quality, and
Oh
then
yeah.
send it. Now everybody starts with the quality across all teams. It's up to each individual now if they want to change that, but at least it will be
Let's see
more
if that
fair.
stuck. Let's see if that stuck. So if I
Trust
go
me,
to
it should.
manager with Hagerstown, manager preferences. Okay, let's take a look at.
And then you'd have to run the league tools. You go to tools.
Rotation. Now let's watch this. Now, if that worked, what you said, MV, this shouldn't do anything. So let's go from real
Not
life to
quite
player
yet. You've got
quality.
one more step. One more step. One more step. If you go to tools on the top tools, right on the
Oh,
yeah,
you
because
got
it
to hit
keeps going.
OK and back out for each one. It doesn't
Yeah.
take.
Why is it not taking? It took last year.
What? No, you have to individually do each team.
Okay.
I did that last year. So that's I can go in that way. If nobody pays attention to their team, at least we know the computer manager's looking at quality, and that way
Right.
people don't
Gotcha.
or want to be hands off or whatever.
Yeah. This is where I then do this. I then what have I done? So exactly what you're doing there. You obviously take the injuries out, but there's a GM function here, isn't
Right
there?
here.
Set all teams to computer GM, and then it runs it right across the board, making sure it's all on quality, and it's kind of resetting everything in terms of depth. And then you go into each team, it should start to set them properly according to quality. For some reason, it's still saying real life usage.
Okay. We can do player quality, reset lineups, right? But
Yeah, yeah, tools. That's it.
I could just go one by one right here. Cause see, real life.
Yeah,
Now I got to go player quality.
yeah, and then set all teams. That's it. And
Whoops.
then I run GM,
And then you got to
and I
go. But
run GM.
I still think I don't trust it without doing it
Oh
every
right,
every
okay, fair
time.
enough. Okay, gotcha. So that's what we did last year in the end. I don't know why it's not sticking. Or maybe it doesn't show the stick, but it is actually sticking.
Yeah. And what I notice is that won't when you're on the regular screen, it won't. And you got to hit OK and then it'll reflect. Because
Yeah,
sometimes if you run it and you think it did it, you think you don't know, right? Or it didn't change. But if you hit
yeah,
OK and exit it, it'll do it. So for example, if we go
fair enough.
to let's go to Deerfield Beach. We haven't been in theirs. We go manager preferences. Let me pull this up so
Oh, look at
we can
look at
see.
that! How cute! Cy Young was number 2 in strikeouts in the league when he's
You're
not.
joking.
Nope,
So here we go.
had a great season when he's not with the Red Bolts.
Let's see if this changes at all. Player quality. Reset it yet? We run them? Now, I hit OK.
You need to
Okay,
clear it
that one
and
was
then
already good.
generate.
That was already good. That's what I'm going to do. I'll just go through and make sure everybody's got those set.
Yeah, yeah. And then clear it and then generate.
Yeah.
That's what I do anyway.
Yeah, this killed me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because look at Deerfield's rotation. DeGrom isn't in it, for
yeah,
example. So
exactly.
Newhouser's not in the rotation on yours.
And Kershaw's not a starter of mine.
Okay, let's run
But I
this.
definitely would say to each manager to go in and just obviously set their depth charts. But we definitely did that last year. It worked. In the end, it worked. The Shanks 1, we learned from it. Shanks 2 is that's exactly what we did. And it
Yeah,
worked. I think I definitely did.
it's not having DeGrom. So let's take a look and see if we know why. Oh, the ERA plus usually tells you. So here's Seaver, 195. Okay. Lever, 149. Morris, 91. Ooh, he just has a lot of innings pitched. Yeah,
Yeah.
he should. If I was him, I would manually get him the heck out of here. Cooper,
Yeah. Yeah.
111.
That's
Yeah,
it.
but why would the computer put him in the rotation if it's going by player value?
Okay. If you Steve presses clear, it says spot starters, computer generate. Press clear and then generate it again. And it should shift around.
Oh, I see. You're
Yeah.
saying it doesn't automatically
Yeah. Yeah.
regenerate.
Yeah. Yeah. It still won't be too precise. Yeah, it has to switch it around a little bit. in terms of who's in the order, but also it's trying to fit too many pitchers into the roles. So this is what I was saying
it's
about
not
the
seeing
inactive thing.
DeGrom as
It's
as
not saying that.
valuable. He's got so many good starters there. Yeah,
Yeah,
even on quality, it wants Seaver, Lever, and
it's
Morris.
so. I mean, that's ridiculous the amount of quality there
Because if
in
it
his
goes by
team.
real life, it's going to always go for the high inning pitch people.
Absolutely.
It's like balancing between the two.
Yeah, and so therefore, I would definitely recommend each person goes into their own rotation, um, sends it across.
But when
And
you
and
have Clemente roaming center field, that helps all your pitchers out.
Yeah. So that's how I did it anyway last year. I was very happy with the results.
Wow.
and
We
remember,
all did it that way.
we have this too. So the default
Same
manager,
same
right?
thing. It's more fun that way because you're really having the impact on the team. I mean, you guys won it, but I'm sure you did exactly the same thing as
Oh,
you're doing now. Yeah,
look,
that's it. That's it.
I just went in after I got the call and then redid,
There you go.
and it did
There you
change it
go.
around a little bit. Now let me go
Now,
to
Seaver's fifth starter.
quality.
Alma Morris is now the
And that's
starter,
it.
which
Yeah.
is
Okay. So I see the
advantage.
difference. There is running the
Yeah,
general manager and it'll create it. And then you got to come over and tell it to go to quality.
that's it. But what you just clicked about the depth chart and all that, that's exactly how I run my league. And it gets good results. On my 1982 league, and we did also do that. You did set it last year, Steve. You're probably a bit rusty because you said it exactly how you just did it. That's how I learned from you.
Welcome in, D. Scott.
He's
Yes.
stuck in the
Yes.
house.
Hey, we got 10 people hanging out. Watching us just sit here run different tests and everything and good
And
stuff.
that's how we learn, isn't it? That's how we
Let me
learn.
fire up a quick exhibition here and take a look at in the game. Let's see what Manchester's got going on here. We'll throw him in here with.
Yeah, Manchester versus Worlds. That'd be fun, or anybody.
Where's that Kentucky?
But I love setting up the thing because I watch you guys for hours and hours and hours trying to figure this PC thing out. And the AI used to drive me crazy until I started to realize, hold on a minute, we have more
Yeah.
influence over it than we think.
Joe McGinnity.
Oh, look at that.
Is who they're putting in there right away.
See, that's interesting because last time when I've done it on my own,
and they're going with Bucky Walters.
See, that's interesting because he normally picks Tim Keith. That's brilliant.
Yeah,
and I would never start Tim Keith.
Yeah, and usually if it was going the other thing, it would take the one with the highest starts. Hey, let's just. I'm interested to see how this. Oh, forgot.
And now it's picking Frank Robertson instead of Steve Sachs. Sorry, Jack Hughes. Oh, I thought it was That team looks really deadly, man. Now it's got Posey as TH. I wouldn't, but I'll send my lineup in anyway.
You notice this is instead of the national anthem when you start the game. I've got some old time music.
Already, new files.
That was all set up for Beatles and I to have that head-to-head game, but you notice he's been ducking me.
Who do you play basketball?
In at all today?
What's that?
Has Beatles popped into the chat at all today?
I think he might be his music
remember.
for Saturday night. He was on early, but he does his music, doesn't he, on a Saturday night?
Let's see what we got here. Let's see a little game action.
Might,
I'm liking this park, this Palace of the Fans.
This looks awesome.
It's looking good.
What stadium is this then? I mean, it's a real stadium?
1904-ish Palace of the Fans before Crosley.
Yeah. It's around about a dozen years before Crosley Field, yeah. Ooh.
Ice Harper, right field. Bucky Walters' first time. Is he Bucky Walters? Is he a pitcher?
Yep.
Is he?
MVP in 1950, National League.
Wow. I was imagining him to be an outfielder. Oh, in an area somewhere.
Catcher threw that one out into center field. I'm just kind of interested in seeing a couple of how the stadiums that I've worked on look.
He looks good. Graphically, it's awesome.
Now, yeah, Ebbets. I'm interested in Ebbets too. Thanks, World. Yeah, I'm working on the cards, getting better with a lot of these programs I have to get color.
They look awesome.
Oh, is that Johnny Mize?
Yeah, I got Johnny Mize. I've lots of power on my team.
Wow. I'll play the first inning here, then I'll sim us to the ninth and see if we got a heck of a game.
Well, you see how high up he went to keep that one in the park?
He's playing center field with Eric Davis.
Eric Davis. He's got Frank Robinson in the left. Oh, got into the stands there. He's got Morgan.
A lot of foul territory
No
there.
picture for Joe McGinnity. I have pictures for these guys, just not in the consistent format.
Sure.
So in a couple of days, I'll have that all ironed out. Oh, Bond's making the catch.
Look at that defense. Big Beltry, Bancroft. Barry Bonds. This is a younger Barry Bonds.
The big cat holding down first base.
See, this is an exhibition game, and they put my backup catcher, Walker Cooper, as the DH.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, you know what we need to do? I think it. So here's what I'm going to do. So let's go tools. I'm just going to zero out all this good stuff. Well, let's look at Cy Young, shall we?
It's a nonsensical. I mean, you could get a random 10-year-old who watches baseball to do it. They wouldn't do that.
Do what, Clue?
Use the backup catcher as the designated hitter on a team with that many sluggers. Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense.
I've got exactly the same thing on my one. Mancuso would not be my DH.
There's his. He was 19 and 22. Does that make you feel good, MV?
What was his ERA?
4.98.
There you go. I'm happy with it.
So you're saying he was one win away from a 20-win season when he wasn't pitching for the MV's team?
Exactly.
So that's pretty good.
He still pitched under 500 on this one.
Yeah, but that's because of his teammates.
It doesn't record FIP, does it? By the way.
This may be different because it knows. Okay, they had all their stuff attached to him from the season. They might have thought he needed a rest. So now I've zeroed all that out. Now we can do an exhibition. So
yeah, gotcha.
Let's take a look at where you're at, Manchester. Take a look at your park, because some of these I've done. I want to see if they. So yeah. This is from MLB The Show.
It just doesn't make sense.
This is where I want to come over here and get rid of some of the modern stuff and put different signage in here, because I really like this park for Manchester. Tim Keefe wants to start for you.
Hell no. I'd go Clayton Kershaw, personally. I would go with Clayton Kershaw all day long.
Let's look at some of the other teams.
Yeah.
Mudville, there we go.
It won't get a hit.
I think we got two lefties going, right?
Yeah.
Oh, how about Randy Johnson? Battle of the lefties, Kershaw against Johnson.
Yeah. There you go.
Here we go.
Did you guys run 2 sims while I was out?
Yeah. You won one.
Oh, wow.
You were second in another one. We're going to do another one. I'm not sure Steve has time now to do one without the injuries. Because that kind of gives you a better indication. Now he's fixed the depth charts and all of that. It's closer to what the real ability of the team is.
Yeah,
But still, there's going to be people change things.
it's kind of fun just to see what the stadium looks like and all that. Paul Goldschmidt, need a photo for him. Steve Sachs. A lot of these I have photos for, which is good.
It's terribly in right film. It's just got a good arm.
Jackie Robinson on the bench in Ebbets Field. MV.
Yeah, I'll change all of that, don't you worry. I'll make sure we don't really do.
Is that Travis
This
Jackson?
is in out of the park. Yeah, I'm in the out of the park.
MLB.
MLB, yeah. I haven't played for a while, actually. I'm so busy watching Legends broadcasts, I've not really had time.
Okay. Let's let's see what happens here.
Dave Herman crew, I've learned about him. These are amazing.
Oh, you shut out Beatles. What went down with it? Look at this pitching duel. Kershaw shut out that Randy Johnson team.
Yep. So we roll.
Yeah, Worlds. I'm trying to take a look at some of these stadiums. So now let's try Beatles Stadium.
I should win the whole game.
Beatles is Mudville. Take a look at the legends here. Computer lineup. We got Walter Johnson. Why not, right?
Oh, there you go.
Mike Caldwell.
Mike Caldwell. People in the chat.
Play ball. It give me a chance to kind of tweak out some of these display. I like getting a little bit smaller. Yeah, this is Sportsman Park. This is a nice one too. This is from MLB.
Yeah, I like being MLB show.
Let's take a look at this lineup. Look at here what you said, Big Clue. Mauer, right? He's got Harper in here at catcher. You got Mauer DHing.
Yeah. That's 3 times now we've seen the DH be the backup catcher.
Well,
or catcher.
Unless you got 3 and you've got 2 other catchers, and Mauer makes sense to be.
Why wouldn't Mauer be the? I mean, how much worse is Mauer than Harper as a defender?
I don't think he is. So Harper,
yeah, so
is a 4.
So that means they're playing Brian Harper instead of a guy with a good bat in the lineup. So.
Track 3.
Thought of something, Steve. Actually, you've still got the settings from last season, last Harry Shanks. Because we had fine-tuned it to the point where it was working pretty well without the manager input. You've still got the Harry Shanks 2 file, or we've all got it. So you can just go back and just check the settings. They were perfect.
I mean, unless somebody wants something specific for their individual team.
Yeah,
I think we need some universal settings for all teams in the league. Yeah,
let's go.
That would just be a little more common sense approach to how the AI manages it. Yeah.
Let's check out Legends because that was what they get. But if I load a lineup versus righty, oh, it had Mauer up at a different spot. Let me load it up versus lefty. It's got Mauer. Yeah, so it's got Mauer doing 2 different things here. Now, if I go into, let's run the quality on it. Yeah, look at this. I ran quality. It puts Mauer at catcher like he should be.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the whole thing. And I don't trust the global setting like that, Envy. It's really because what I did last year is I went into each one and ran it on quality versus trying to emulate real life usage. Yeah.
Because quality is definitely the right setting. You're absolutely
The world's worst. It's all good as long as I win. I
right.
mean, have
Oh, let's go
fun.
check world's worst, because if we run him on quality, maybe it changes everything. Let's see.
Yeah, I might lose.
Yeah.
Let's see what his we can check here. Load lineup versus right. That's what that looks pretty good. Yeah,
It's the Yankees.
that looks pretty darn good. But let's take and see if anything changes if we run quality.
Oh, I love the logo.
I love the logo. It's awesome.
It did. It moved some different people in. So even you had a higher quality setting. Look, you got against righties. Now you got Berra, because that's why I wondered why they weren't platooning and Munson was getting all the at bats. But now you got Berra going against righties. Boggs at the top. And then load lineup versus left. And then it brings Munson in. Heinrich goes to DH and it puts Bautista. Yeah, so it even enhanced your team. And do we look at clues, or were we trying to forget that 111 win team? Let's see. Load
Yeah.
lineup versus right. Then we go to
You will not remember. Forget the
I go to
110 wins.
manager, preferences, and we say player quality. Yes, and then hit OK. Oh, you were already good. I think we ran it on yours. So that's what it says player quality rise. Your lineup should be. And then versus left. And on face value, it doesn't look bad. But except this,
Yeah, but
we've got
again,
Cooper
Cooper's
at
still at
DH.
DH. Yeah,
So
nonsense.
I'll bet you if we go batting, left versus right, OPS right. I don't know why it wants Cooper in there as a
I
DH.
would say clear the lineup first. That's what I would have done. Then generate it again, and it'll be better.
Yeah, I don't even see Cooper's name there.
It's the second one down from the top.
No, I mean, never mind.
Yeah,
I
now
mean,
generate it.
in the versus right column when he did that, Cooper's name
Okay.
Cooper wasn't even on the first page of players.
Now we go to generate default manager.
There he is again.
It's just one of those things where it likes him versus
Versus
that's got
what?
Donlin in there against left. Bug Holiday.
Okay, but Donlin would make more sense for a DH, but why?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Cooper the DH?
Just out of interest, Steve, what if you press the other button to the left, where it says computer lineup or computer versus L, computer versus right? But it does give you different options.
It's gonna
of the left.
it'll pop in if you've got saved ones, which this does. It'll pop those
Okay.
in. So if you go like load versus left, the short button would be this, like computer versus left is going to grab this
If
short
you've
one.
saved it.
Yeah,
If you
computer
Go to
lineup.
that
Computer lineup is
bat,
completely different.
Okay.
go to that bat left right screen again, and there's got to be a half dozen better options.
Yeah, there it is. There's a different option there.
Yeah, Pete Rose is a better option. Larry Walker is a better option.
Yeah.
So let's load versus right. So if you've got Cooper up here in the second spot at DH, have no idea. Like you're looking at, okay, Donlin would be a better choice
Yeah.
right there at DH. Or
It's just a weird thing.
no, sorry. There we go. Now it's better.
That's good.
Harper, you got Rendon in there. Yeah, Pete Rose. Tim Raines. Either one of those would be good in that 2 slot at a DH versus Cooper.
I don't know. Yeah.
What's the issue? You just pick your team anyway and then save it as a line.
Yeah, and then you just go save that as one versus right, and
That's
away you go.
last year,
Or you can go in here to your manager file and go here and go crazy.
There you go. I'll tell you what. Try to make Cooper. Well, crap. You can't make him inactive because then I don't have a backup catcher.
Right.
Yeah,
But we could do this. We could go to Cooper Yeah, let's exit the screen.
Could you say never play him as a DH? Is that
Yep.
a
Let's see.
possibility?
Let's do that.
You may be able to do that. But clearly, you'd have control anyway. You just have to go and make your lineup, save it, send it into to Steve.
Okay, here we go.
It would still
Usage,
work.
manager. Let's go to manager. What do you want to tell it? Cooper on offense.
Okay.
Thank you for
Limit.
calling, Ashley. This is Brad. How may I be of assistance?
Use as lane defensive sub. I guess you can't do it to that level, but
I mean, that's what I used last year. I used the screen a lot.
yeah. But if you wanted it to, you could give it some guidance on a player. Like if you wanted the computer to do a quality lineup, but you wanted a guy like Harper to bat third, you could come in here, or
Yeah.
if Cooper was a guy, you can tell him like the preferred positions versus both, which gives it extra info when it's creating the lineups. Because
Yeah.
you can pinpoint it down if you play in here.
Yeah. I like I said, I follow what you did last year. It's perfect. You just make your lineup up, save it, lineup one or lineup two, whatever it is, and send it to you. And it worked a treat. But I don't think
Mm-hmm.
many people did what you're doing now, which is tweaking this. I did because you showed me how to do it. I was like, okay, this is cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, this stuck now. So now if you say computer versus right, it likes that Cooper computer lineup, load versus right, and there's rows in there.
Yeah.
You just can't get rid of Cooper.
Well, that's how you do it. You go save lineup versus right, and then under
Yeah,
the
that's it.
you know,
That's
remember
it.
how if you want variation, the one cool thing about variation is you can go to
You get some more
manager.
lineup.
I keep hitting the wrong damn. What up? I hit manager. I go to that. Is it manager preferences? Da-da-da. And you can pick certain lineup numbers to go here, right? But here's what we have.
Yeah.
We have next lineup is number one, right? But you could turn on that advance to the next lineup after each game and then do a rotation of varying your
Mhm.
lineups. That's a smart
Yeah.
way. Like if you've got a backup catcher, that would be a smart way to have five lineups, and then every fifth game there's a rest. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
You could
definitely.
build that in. That way you can kind of rotate about every 4 games. One catcher does it, but you got to come on in here. You can also rename them. If you don't like this one versus left, you can give them different names.
Wow.
One of those games, to be honest. It's just nobody else is saying, Pete, come on, lurkers. There's 8 of you in here at one point. 7.
Let's see. So Bernie, let's go to check this one out. He's got this real life usage. Let's set it to player quality and then hit
World's Worst
OK.
Gamer has a question for you, Steve. He
Yeah.
says, so with the changes, are we having it where it can be done just twice, once at the beginning of the season and one time in the middle of the season?
Yeah, that's fine. All-star break.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I think I've just realized something when I go to stick here. This shows me player. Yes, I've done it. So this is what I was forgetting. So to get player quality to stick, I'm sitting here and changing it and sometimes Xing it out different ways. You got to make sure you hit OK. Now when you go in, you're on player quality.
So what were you doing, Steve? And what should you do?
Let's go to Texas. So if I go to Texas, watch this. I keep hitting that stupid button. I go to the manager, go to manager preferences, right?
Yeah.
Texas is on real life, right? I'll go over
Mhm.
here and run player quality. Yes. And a lot of
Mhm.
times I'll exit out here or I'll go do other stuff. You have to hit OK.
Oh, you want to press it on? That makes sense. I thought you
What?
would.
No, I'm
Before
all
you do
over the
anything
place.
else.
Yeah, but now see I can go back in, and when I go back in, it sticks. before,
There
if I
you
was
go.
hitting exit and doing other stuff, I would come in and
I
I'm
was
like, well,
wondering
I
what was
ran it,
happening
but it didn't stick.
because I knew
And
you were clicking it correctly. I knew you were doing that's perfect.
yeah, okay. So yeah, so what I'll do is I'll have
Am I
that at
wrong,
least.
or did we used to rip on the Royals for batting offermen in the leadoff spot in real life?
He's a good
Oh,
hitter, though,
just
isn't
when
he?
you think this game does some weird things or the manager does, just go look at real baseball. Look at what some
Yeah,
managers have done.
yeah, that's right.
And in head-to-head leagues, I've seen some guys create some crazy lineups, and I've seen, yeah, it's nuts. So Deerfield Beach manager
Mhm.
preferences, put it on quality. No, it's on real life usage because
There you go.
there
Now
we
that would
go.
skew everything all over again.
Now, if I
And
do the
then
global one, this could be an easier one. Even if I have to do it manually, you can go up under organize and
this is what I
say, I
did.
want to organize the managers, and I'll just go
There you
one by
go.
one. I can go, here, I'll go Arlington. They're on real life. Player quality now. See, this is what I need. This is what I should have been doing right here. Then when I'm done with all of these,
Yeah.
I'll hit OK.
Wow.
You don't trust that other button, do you?
Nope.
You set all teams above. Yeah. But that's exactly what you did last year anyway. Perfect.
So, would you say that the default settings in this game, are geared towards people who are doing a season replay as
Yes.
it plays?
That's it.
Okay.
So it's dumb for us. It's smart for replays because replays you're trying to simulate their real. You wouldn't want a guy that batted 100 times getting the 500 at bats at second. So, and that's why you got
Yeah.
to flip it. When you're doing a draft league like this, it's always going to defer to whoever had the most starts or the most
Yeah.
innings at a position or whatever.
Sure.
That's what's a pain. So now let's see if this sticks. Managers. Just kind of interested here. Long Island's on player quality.
I think Manchester as well. Yep. There it is. Some quality.
No, it's not real life usage up here. So
Oh,
but
that one. You might have missed that one then.
so if I go, it's on real life usage. Now if I go in, you should be on.
Yeah. They switch back. But Manchester looks grayed out now.
See how that comes back and it still shows real life usage?
I don't know why that did that, but it did have Manchester grayed out for some strange reason. I don't understand why it's happening like that because it's not wasn't like that last year. It's stuck. I'm not going to mention last year. In fact, in my 1982 league,
Well,
which is
hey,
an update.
when it does it, it wants Keith in there.
Yeah, I don't want to keep it. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if it
Okay,
wants him there, I'm not going to keep him there. That's the difference.
perfect.
That's
Yeah, and
fine.
that's the key thing. If you don't like what you see, hey, spend the time to go fix it,
Just
and then
change it.
we'll
Yeah,
put
yeah.
it in there. Oh, what else do we need to
Uh,
answer anything?
that was the big thing. Oh, the injuries. But you might not have time to do that. As in, run it and see what it's like without the injuries.
Um, let's do that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how I set my. I'm looking at how I set my 1982 league up now. I'm sure it's exactly the same what you just did. Here we go. Just team manager.
We got suspension, ejections,
Let's see if
fatigue.
Manchester wins again anyway. That's what I want to see.
Post game. Um,
Right.
and let's just sit back and run it and see if anything changes.
Yeah.
I'm say play all games, and I'm gonna step away here and go check in with the boss here. I might be back in a couple minutes, so entertain the
No
folks, gentlemen.
worries. World's Worst Game says make sure to set the Ghost Runner. World's Worst Game. I'd love to. I would love to. Don't think it's gonna wash. See what happens now. So you're off to a good start again, Blue, in Kentucky. Manchester 4-2. That's a good start. Where's Kamer? You are looking for mischief. So Arlington are at top now. This is crazy. Just shows you with a little bit of interaction how quickly this thing can change. And now Cleveland's off to a great start. Same schedule. It's tight again. 4-4. Come on, Manchester. Canada, you're off to a good start, West Gamer. Kentucky 10-2. No injuries on now. Come on, Manchester, come on. Detroit. Not the Mudville's back down again. Are we getting any consistency in WWG? Kentucky is insane. Kentucky is insane.
Have you? Has anybody else noticed? Beatles didn't read it last night when I was chiming in, but he's got a squeaky. And I didn't know who it was in draft night. He's got a chair that needs WD-40, or it's an old saloon
It's
door,
me.
or a
It's
haunted
me.
house.
No, it's me. It's me. It's me. I think it's
No,
me.
it's not you. I heard it
Look,
last night on Beatles thing that
yeah,
it wasn't
listen,
you.
listen.
No, 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 no,
Is
no,
it
no.
that? Oh,
No,
right.
this is squeaky like from an old horror movie,
Yeah, I did hear that. You're right. I did. Oh, Lord.
or
I
a
thought that was his
saloon
cat.
door opening or something.
Probably something with Beatles. I think it was his cat coming in and out.
Oh man.
I
We
have my ironing
we've
board
got
up, so it's very close to it.
we've got 8 people watching this madness in the middle of a
I know.
Saturday.
And it was as if it was dead air as well. I'm like, there's still 8 people watching. Oh,
So
dear.
this will be a test to see some quality. Well, given that nobody's really
It's
tweaked their
more even
lineups,
again.
it's we're just seeing based on quality with
It
no
should be
random
better.
injuries. But
With no injuries on, you took the injuries off. And the
watch,
only big thing to change now would be, apart from putting injuries back on again, is our own individual input into depth charts, and because we're going to mess
you know what
around with it a
kills
little
me
bit.
is Clue won 111 games with Cooper at DH in the 2 slot.
I know. Crazy.
That's
I mean, I'm back.
crazy,
We're
man.
back. Manchester back on top again. So it's
Oh,
saying that we've got a good squad. That's one thing I'm learning. The squad is comparable to everyone else. It's also showing that Canada. But then you know what? This is all to do with the draft as well, because not our drafting, as in the teams we could draft from. I
Oh
was thinking it would
yes,
even itself out. But
yeah.
actually, we've got the Dodgers and the Giants. He's got the
Well,
Yankees
think
and
about this is how it's going to
Blue
even
Jays.
itself out next year. So, for example, we were just trying to get some extra people in, and Beatles just threw. I mean, he came in right. Legends had to get 2 picks later. He ended up getting 2 solid franchises, right? That aren't
Yes, it did.
glamorous, but they have great seasons, like the Sox and the Senators. So we go next year. Everybody can only keep one team. So some of these people that have 2 of those great franchises have to give them,
Wait, wait,
and
yeah,
then Beatles grab 2 just at the end expansion era ones, right? So now even if we bring
yeah.
a couple more people on, or 3 or 4, right? I think it's going to spread out even more.
I had a wild idea with Clue last night. Wild. I'm not sure I'll share it publicly until I pass it
Oh
with you
my
and have a
gosh.
riot.
Oh, okay. You got to vet this one.
Yeah, I will bet it with you tomorrow or whenever. I will send it to you because it's a wild
Yeah,
idea.
World's
But
Worst
do you
wants to know if
imagine?
he keeps the Yankees.
Well, he can have a choice, isn't it? Say he's got two. You can drop one franchise. Is that right,
You can
Steve?
drop 2 because the Beatles could drop both. You don't have to keep one, but if you want to keep a franchise, you can only keep one of your 2, and then you can only keep players from the one franchise you keep, and if you keep them, you can only keep 5, up to 5, and if you do, you have to get them. You get them the subsequent year that you have them now.
Yeah. Well, here's a question. So, what if more people get interested in it? So, I had an idea. So, for example, there's 14 teams right now, right?
Yes.
14? So, there's another thing where you might have another 4 or 6 more people join.
Yep.
So, would we just run one league as we're doing now with just more teams? Or would you do a European setup where you have promotion and relegation? And
Oh,
people still, I know it gets complicated. This is what we said yesterday. But it was intriguing when we were talking about it yesterday.
well,
Um,
my gut
Well,
would
you
tell
found
me.
it intriguing.
Yeah,
again?
the European side of you felt that
Yeah.
intrigue. I would
Yeah.
feel more like, oh, cool. Like if we got 20, great. We can have 2 leagues with 5
Side by
teams in
side.
each division, right? I see
Yeah,
that kind of expanding that way. But if you think about, so we talk about new people coming in, right?
yeah,
So Legends has to give up one of them, Sox or Senators, right? Bernie has to
yeah.
give up either the Red Sox or the Cardinals. Somebody has the
Oh,
Pirates and the Braves, right? So either the
I have the
Pirates
Giants and the
or
Dodgers.
Braves
Yeah,
will be open again, or no, Pittsburgh and the Mets, right? I'm trying to think.
okay.
Oh, Baltimore. So the Baltimore or the Braves, one of those will be open again for drafting. You've
Giants,
got you
Dodgers. Yeah,
Giants or Dodgers are going to be available. So, like for somebody just coming into the league, um, we could give them the person like on the draft order. We could give new people coming in whatever, like a number 1 pick or
Heat.
whatever. So if 2 new people came in, or say 4 new people came in, you're going to have either the Red Sox or Cardinals, the Braves or the Orioles, or there's going to be some good
Yeah,
franchises out there.
Well, Steve, here's my concern, and it's not a concern like it's a problem. This is a good problem to have. I'd love to double the number of people participating, but we can't have every person in the league drafting from 2 teams without overlap
that's correct.
once you reach more than 15 people playing, which is perfectly fine. Again, so I've been thinking about this since talking about it with MV yesterday, and um, my thinking is we would, again, the keepers and everybody who's in it this round would drop one of their teams. So then the new people would draft, one of the unclaimed teams at that point. So let's say that we have a total of, let's just say 20 people participating. So we would have 20 total teams claimed out of the 30 franchises. So the 10 other franchises that are unclaimed, I say we just throw them into a pool.
Oh, mhm.
And so everyone playing has their team. Like I would have the Reds, or any of the unclaimed franchises from the random year I get.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see what you mean.
Now,
Or
that
yeah,
would mean more rosters to choose from, more, again, there's the 5-minute time limit. However, there's no way that we can do the same two unique franchises to each person and have more than 15 players. The math just doesn't work.
or this is another option, right? And this is circling back to one that I think you were doing a lot of work on, which is this option. It's not about the franchise you have completely. You get two randoms every time in the draft. When you get up, you
Okay.
get 1933 Senators.
Yep.
That's
There you
where I
go.
think we really get,
That would be
yeah,
better. And then not own franchises at
correct.
all
Yep.
going into the draft. Yeah. But instead of the original thought of a random team and year, it would be two random teams in the same year. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a better step
That's
or
a
a better
spread out.
solution.
It's a
Yeah.
spread out, and it keeps somebody from being able to have like a lockdown fran that nobody else, you know what I mean? That as people come into the league, that they
Yeah.
feel like, hey, I can't get, players. It really evens the randomness.
Yeah. Oh, and our original, and it cuts in half, so to speak, the odds of being stuck with just a putrid roster.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I mean, if somebody gets the 1962 Mets, I'm just throwing that out there as an example. They would also have another roster from which to choose. So you're not forced into quite a hole, with that
Yep.
pick.
Mhm.
So,
Look at Hagerstown.
yeah. And
I know.
what did I say? We have 29. There are something 2,900 something individual team seasons in Major League history from 1880 to the present. So,
I mean, this is what I think. I mean, they're all be good, but I really like this setup. Yeah, but yeah, I was thinking ahead to expansion. Presuming this one will go really well.
Yeah, maybe we
Uh,
just vet out here in the next once this one's done, like two or three options, and just
yeah,
pull it out or
yeah.
something, and based on
And
who's coming in.
Beatles yesterday raised the wouldn't it be nice to go back to the let's limit the number of Hall of Famers on the roster. Um, I think we could do that. I mean, the reason we got rid of that is because there really wasn't a need for it. How many rosters in this version have more than 5 Hall of Famers on them?
Bernard.
I do.
Okay.
I've got loads.
All right. So that's one.
Oh no, I
MV.
think most teams. I've got loads. I must have at least 10 Hall of Fames. Absolutely loads.
Well, the other
Canada
thing,
as
and
well. Canada has
I
loads.
this is where Beatles and I would have a difference of philosophy is I don't see Hall of Fame just like using the term All Star.
Yeah.
I don't see that. Somebody was an All Star. That doesn't mean they were the best player in the league at their position that year
Yeah,
necessarily.
yeah.
So somebody wins the MVP. That doesn't mean that they were necessarily the best player in the league that year. They were thought that, but so Hall of Famer. There's plenty of Hall of Famers. And the other thing is this is based on single seasons. So somebody gets in the Hall of Fame largely on the basis of their career. Dwight Gooden would be one of the best pitchers in this league if he were in it, and yet he's not a Hall of Famer. So you have lots of players like that in an all-time league that's based on single seasons, and I don't know. I don't think it's that relevant, but let us know in chat
Hmm.
what you guys think about these things, please.
I mean, I think,
Because
yeah,
we're
I think
just
having
kicking
a
ideas
limit
around.
makes sense, but in some ways, I knew what you're saying. Maybe if we've got it
Yeah,
spread out, it takes care of itself. Because while you may have a Hall of Famer, it may not be their greatest
yeah,
single year. But I do agree that, yeah, I mean, and then maybe on the other side, it's like maybe there is a limit. It doesn't maybe at some point, just so that if somebody's been so lucky,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Uh,
yeah. No, I
maybe
have no
maybe there's a
problem with
range
the
of
limit.
reasonableness.
Yeah, I have no problem with the limit.
Hmm.
Yeah, because
It's
there's some
looking like
players that you're like, I'd like to draft him, but I don't want to take up this. I want to use Bobby Wallace up for a Hall of Fame pick.
Yeah.
Bobby Wallace is Hall of Fame, isn't he? Bobby
Yes,
Wallace?
Bobby Wallace is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I necessarily in my brain, I'm like, ooh, if I had 5 picks, I'm like, I don't want him to be one of them.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
It's
And look how fast most of us used up our picks in
Right.
the earlier versions.
yep.
Our Hall of Fame
Exactly.
picks. Yeah.
Yeah,
They went pretty quickly.
it did. It did. It's a lot of fun too because his strategies come into play. Do you
Yeah.
wait for Walter Johnson
Yeah, which
or
which would be again, which is fine. I like the idea of bringing that back, but
I
I
like this
wasn't
idea. I must admit, I
particularly
do
worried.
like this one.
Plus, the more teams we have, the more people playing in the league. More
Yep.
people drafting. The fewer Hall of Famers per team you're going to
It's
get
available.
naturally anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I was just looking at last Sammy Shanks too,
What's the
trying to
matter?
work out.
Hey, okay, I saw this. I saw Hagerstown when I did an earlier one. Hagerstown, it's interesting. Look at this. We don't have anybody getting injured, even in the game right now.
And now they're way ahead again.
And you're
I'm
closer to where you would be expected.
And Detroit's more
well,
competitive.
I am stunned to see Canada second to last in the division right now.
But look, they're above 500.
Yeah, wow.
But
Wow.
there's still, even with injuries or not, injuries one random piece, right? But then there's just the randomness of baseball. Um,
Yeah.
and these teams, there's just
And
so,
manager input.
yeah, manager input, and then there's so many options, lineup wise and rotation wise, and all that with these
Stadium
deep
effects as well.
teams.
I think you got stadium effects on now. Yeah, of course you do. You've assigned all the stadiums, haven't you?
Yep.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's so intriguing how it will shift Hagerstown. Is
Now,
Vegas at the top
let
again?
me ask you guys this, and people in the chat chime in if you play multiple baseball sims, like I know many of you do. Do you find that action here is faster, slower, or about the same in simulating all the games through the season? If you just start a season and tell the computer, hey, I want you to sim all the games till the end of the season, does it take a little longer? Does it take a little less time? Is it roughly the same as other sims? I'm curious people's experiences.
Another part might be a tad faster, just a tad. That's
Yeah,
that's my
I've
experience of
I've
it.
heard that from several people.
Yeah, but not to the point where looking at this right now is taking away my enjoyment because actually, I'm looking at my team all the
No,
time.
no, it's nice to see the games unfold, isn't it?
What's
The
taken
Yeah,
away
individual
his enjoyment
scores.
is his team's 12 and a half out. That's taken some
yeah,
enjoyment away.
I say just beat me 4-0, I believe. So
rightfully so. I'm Detroit,
Hey, I'm
and
still
again
17 and a
Detroit.
half back, but I feel like I'm at least above 500 once because I was in the cellar twice.
We've just taken you out twice. Uh,
But,
it's still
you've
fun.
got a couple. Texas and Arlington have been consistently struggling.
They started this season up really well, but they have been. Yeah, they have been. And who's Dwayne at Mildos, right?
I'm
Hagerstown.
honestly surprised to see
Oh,
Texas in
Hagerstown.
last every time. I I thought Aaron picked a good team for considering the franchises he
Mm.
had.
Wellsworth game just took me down, man, by one run.
At Milbus, at Milbus,
That's Atlanta, Milwaukee, Boston.
yeah, they're. I can't believe they're in last.
I just took down Jose Rio.
Yeah, that was
Nice.
John had a great pair of franchises to choose from. I wonder if it was just the years for some of the players, or
We could run this again, and we're going to have a different order on both
yeah.
sides.
And that's part of the fun of this type of league. Period is you're always because of the how many good players are out there, how many great
Yep.
seasons occurred out there. There's great seasons out there that none of us are aware of.
Yeah, yeah.
It would just take somebody uncovering one out of necessity during the draft.
Well, did you
By
see what a
Fred
couple of
Plummer.
us did? There was a couple ones like I got Pat Mullen with like 90 or 100 at bats
Yeah,
because he had 350. I mean, there was people drafting specific like pinch hitter, um,
yeah,
years. So this one got a little bit deeper than we normally do as far as
yeah.
kind of
I'd rather
loading
have
up
the
a
higher
yeah.
rate stats, yeah, and less playing time. Sure.
Well, I didn't say Mike Schmidt is NA. I was just looking back at last year's seven.
Let's take a look at the leaders. See what's going on in the leaders. Oh,
Ah,
hey,
I
hey,
see.
this is so Ty Cobb
Eighties.
can't get hurt. Look at that. If he
Charlie
doesn't get
Liebrand
hurt, I'm
had
doing
a
okay.
That's the difference.
Charlie Liebrand had a shutout.
Oh, and the other setting I've got on, Clue?
What's that?
Cross historical average versus batter pitcher average. That's two different approaches.
Huh?
Batter pitcher means there's no designated error. They're compared to the era by taking the batter's error they're from and the pitcher's, and it averages the two. So each
Okay.
batter pitcher matchup can be unique as to the era that that encounter is taking place. I've got this set to just be the cross historical average, which is if you added up every era in baseball and averaged it,
Yeah.
that's what we're playing to. So, you take
I
that
thought I just
batter
assumed
pitcher.
that's what it would be. I didn't realize they do that for the individual pitcher batter
Yep.
I've never
matchups.
seen that setting.
In the last setting, I think I left it at batter pitcher matchup. The last league.
Oh,
Where do you find it, Steve? Because I've got last year's up on my home at the moment.
You need to
I've got
go under
Hagerstown,
Hagerstown
under
things.
rules.
rules, yeah.
I do any of you know? Is Hagerstown? Is it really their minor league team? Is it really the Bears?
I don't know. I didn't see a logo
Oh,
for that.
I assume they're in Orioles. They're in the Orioles farm system. Is Hagerstown, Maryland, right?
Yeah,
I wouldn't
yeah,
know.
no. Hey, Carlos, yeah, the Beatles was on the draft was on Beatles channel. Yeah, I'll show you here, MV, in a
Yeah,
moment.
please.
And then I would stay here and go down the rabbit hole, but my wife, when I went out,
Yeah.
looked at me like, "Are you kidding me?" And I'm like,
You're on that computer again?
With your nerdy friends.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, she hadn't met MV, to be fair. So
Oh, that's it. I said, yeah, all over the world, across the pond.
That's right. Well, I know it is, Steve. Actually, you're
you
6
should
hours
you
ahead
should
behind
Skype with MV sometime, and your wife will ask you, "How long has he been out of prison?"
Oh my gosh.
Are you guys on Facebook actually? Because I do see Bird and Strum on there. Actually.
Yes,
No.
I am.
I am. I am as well on. I'm on the Action PC. Most of those kind of things on there as well. I do see. Never seen you, Steve. To be fair, I have seen Bernard on there.
What would I look up? There's a lot
The
of
most
M
handsome
V.
man that you see on there. Let me have a look. You're Steve
Wow.
Tate, right? So I'll link you right now. I have
This
actually
was
seen you
not a
before.
close one.
I probably
52
saw you
games.
before I actually knew who you were. Actually, because I think I've seen your name before. I'll just type in Steve Tate, right? Or whatever.
Well, let's see what we got. Well,
Actually,
there you go. So here is where that setting
oh, we
is.
do the same type of job. I see. If this is you, yeah, I'll add you. Yes, it's you. I mean exactly the state you live in. Just sent you one.
I know exactly the state you live in. Speaking of which, I do have a question for you, Steve.
Yes.
How viable would Salt Lake City be as an expansion market
I'm
for Major
dying
League
for
Baseball?
it. I'm dying
Okay.
for it. Well, and it's growing. It's crazy. The
Well,
whole
I
area is
know it's
growing like nuts.
it's a growing city.
Yeah.
I know the per capita is high enough, even if the population's not as
I
large
would
as
love
other
it.
cities. Yeah. Okay. And it would be a regional team, like Arizona or Colorado. So yeah.
Yep. I would love it, love it, love it. And there's a group trying to do that. Okay, what am I looking for here? General. Here you go. Okay, under general rules, see here it says league era. I've got cross historical average. The game is always defaulted to this one. standard batter pitcher, because if you think about it, you're doing the same season replay, they're from the same era. So that's what it should
Yeah.
be set to. We could also choose, like Beatles did in one of his leagues, to play. We want to play 1908 National League style. Well, okay, we could, we could take and put our league in any specific league and year, right?
Area, yeah.
Oh,
But
wonderful.
I don't know. I had it on standard batter pitcher, which means like if you got somebody from 1911 coming up against a pitcher from 82, it's just averaging the two eras as that benchmark, meaning it's not going to look at a complete average. It's a new average based on where these two people are coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just sent you a friend request, Steve.
Holy mackerel.
I got more of these to deny. Oh, where do I find this?
Yes. Just look for the handsome devil. That
Isn't
took
this interesting that the league leader in saves, the individual closer who leads the league in saves, is on the worst team in the league with the fewest wins? That's curious. Texas.
Let's look for Mark, Steve. You'll see them.
I got you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, we've got. What were you talking about? I've see. All right. Little difference here, right? Dolph Luke coming in there, and Hornsby still
Yeah.
seems to be there. Musial made it this time. Canseco made it. We saw some new names.
I think Walter Johnson's led the league in strikeouts every time we've done one today, I think. Oh, there's Canseco, Musial, yeah. Al Rosen.
Oh, look! I
Yeah.
was just thinking. I haven't really paid attention to Reggie Jackson because this is that '69 season, and here he is on.
Ooh.
Oh no, it's Shoeless Joe. Never mind.
Juan Marshall. Marshall is not done too badly. He might be my ace.
Oh, yeah.
1969 Juan Marshall.
Shoeless versus Reggie is kind of like what Reggie said about Billy and Steinbrenner. Or was it, who was it? Was it Reggie that said it? One's convicted, or one's a born liar,
Yeah,
the other's
one's a thief.
convicted. Yeah.
Yeah, look at Legends has some pitching with Walsh and Walter Johnson up there. This time the wins. Bender leads the league in wins. Let's look at Walsh because
Wow.
it seems like they changed his approach a little, right? Oh, he's only started 30. Remember that one go around when we're on real life usage? He had 49 or 50 starts. So this did really change it.
Oh, that's why he got 34 wins. He had 50 starts.
Yes.
Holy smoke!
Because it wasn't going player quality, it was going the different approach. Let's here's this one run games.
Hey, check out the home run leader here. Carlos Yaz is pointing us to it. Nap Lodgeway leads the league in home runs.
Look at this. Home 45 and 36. On the road,
it's that 1901 season, isn't it? Wow. And Delahanty, number 2.
The most consistent team so far, Kentucky and Las Vegas.
This is a reason why I think if we put it on batter pitcher average, it wouldn't let him go modern and try to assume that if you hit 5 in an era where everybody averaged 1, you know what I mean? That now you come to where everybody averaged 30 and you need to hit 50.
Yeah.
I'm going to be running more tests tonight. See what.
Yeah, same here.
Interesting.
I didn't notice him having that many home runs at all last time. Delahanty too.
Really get this stuff. Let's just have a look at Manchester's picture for a second, Steve. I'll run my own test, but just curious, without the injuries, what it looks like. I want to see if Kershaw did pitch.
He did 21 games. It seemed like they've got him in a spot starter role. Oh, look, never mind. I'm looking at real stats. Rookie move. Stand by. Here we go. Yeah, he was the 5th starter.
This is real stats or replay? Okay, replay stats. Yes.
It seems like they still want to go Sutton, McGinnity, Marichal, Keefe. They don't. You're going to have to physically grab Keefe and sit him down.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the one I want out because the rest of them are all good. Keith, no chance. It's gone.
Right. Well, it's
It's pretty good. If I go Sutton, McGinnity, Marshall, and Kershaw with Mark Carter as my spot and Drysdale, that should win it all. And why? That should win it.
and
Yeah.
let's see. I got a couple minutes here. I can see my wife's looking at me like,
Rube
hey, let's go.
Markard, one of the least
I want to
deserving pitchers
take.
in the Hall of Fame.
Really?
I want to
Yeah.
see. Well, here we go. Walker Cooper, 470 at bats for Clue. Maybe Clue, if you just let them DH him or do whatever the heck they're doing with him,
I'm going to cut
you're
him from the team. That seems to be the only
you're
way to fix
you're gonna, but you're winning 100+ games until you
Yeah.
start trying to override craziness.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true.
So do I overwrite it and then risk going to 90 wins a season instead?
Yes, I think you should take the chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bet. uh,
To me,
If
this
it
would
ain't
be,
broke,
I would do this in a heartbeat without even looking deeper in your lineup. I'd immediately say, well, heck, I'll throw Rose in the batting second as the DH instead of Cooper.
yep. Yep, that's my thinking too.
oh,
So.
apparently Rod Beck has a perfect. What was game to say? Rod Beck had a perfect ERA for UMV. He had a 0, and John's saying it as well. We missed that. Oh, just check that again.
Oh,
Rod
nice.
Beck with a 0.00 ERA, and it looks like he played quite a few games. We missed that. Could you have a look at that, Steve, please?
If only MV had had more leads in which to pitch Rod Beck.
He's pitched 16 games. Oh, it's only 22 innings, but still, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
He only gave up 10 hit. What's his game log look like?
I wonder what the major league record is for the most innings in a season with a perfect ERA.
Wouldn't that be close to Hershiser's old record?
No, Hershiser never had a season. No, I mean where they
Just
go the whole
scoreless, right?
year. Yeah, never
Oh,
allowing
right.
a run. How many
Well,
innings?
this
Yeah.
is looking good. He's only played 16 games, but his whip on his real season stats is something like .776.
Well, look at
I don't
that.
know if you know this, MV, but you know whose record when Hershiser did the consecutive innings streak. You know whose record he broke, right?
Drysdale.
Drysdale. Yeah, and Drysdale set it in the year you drafted him.
60. Oh, right. Yeah, because that was not his best Black Ink year, but I think his second best.
Yeah.
I thought Drysdale was good in 66, but I looked it up. He wasn't that good. He wasn't as good as he
22
was in
innings and
60.
no runs. Yeah.
That's incredible. Well spotted, guys. I didn't see that.
Well, and
The
then
shooter.
the other
Once
thing we can
Drysdale
do.
got distracted by other sports because he married that tennis player, his career started going downhill. Let that be a lesson to you. Baseball
Okay,
only.
let's look. Batting minimum
Well spotted, John.
for.
And was game.
Yeah, let's pull up John's team.
Yeah, John's not. He's still here. Steve, you know there's 9 people still watching. Great.
Us doing basically. Yeah. Let's take a look at John's team. Yeah, and John's going to be like, "Hey, Steve, where's my thing?" I haven't touched any of the. He sent me lineups and depth stuff to do. I haven't done any of that
Yeah, I
yet.
need to see John's.
Oh, he's out. I'm like, what team is he? He's right here.
Oh, what a stat! Red Beck 0.00 ERA.
So if
He's
I
now just
compare
taking
that to what I got to find out where. I think John posted this.
the shooter.
I have to find out. He'll know how this stands to the computer doing his lineup compared to what he had in there. But here we go again. We got Pacaraba, the look at this. The backup catcher DHing.
It seems like it's
Odd.
set that way, doesn't it?
It does.
Always use the backup catcher.
I wonder if that's because they're all catchers, or many of them are catchers. I wonder if that's a glitch of some kind.
Yeah.
It's definitely consistent with every team we've looked at. There's got to be a logical reason for that, though.
Yeah. Why not
Don't
the backup
think Dave-
shortstop? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Dave would have. That's too obvious. It's got to be something else.
Well, if I only knew a beta tester.
Yeah. You only knew the guy that makes the game.
It's weird.
Hugh Duffy had a great season on paper for you, but it doesn't do any good if the computer doesn't play him.
It loves that Baccarat. Now it's got, yeah, wow,
October?
yeah,
Is he good? I don't even know who he
no,
is.
No,
no, you don't want him DHing.
somebody just grabbed a backup catcher, so yeah.
Okay, so why did DH? There's no logical reason. It's Big Mitch. Oh, I saw a set bunch of
Man,
the
it just, I
computer's not
can't make him
thinking.
go away. They love that. But if I'm, what do we got here? OPS is not in there. I mean, here's Harland. Oh, that's replay
Cliff.
stats. But I mean, Harlan, Cliff, anybody's a better DH than Pacarava there. You got Jeff Burrows.
But John would change that anyway,
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
he?
Yeah. Well, he
Anyway.
has. He sent me what he wants there. I just haven't started doing individual lineups.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to go eat, I think.
Well,
I
thank you
think
for
it's dinner
inviting me
time.
in today.
No, this has been
Thank you
good.
for
I
having me.
think we have,
Iron out a few things.
yeah, I think everybody's got the files on the Geek Squad. If
Yes,
hopefully
thank you.
everybody's got it, and play around and tweak it. As MV will tell you, he'll become obsessed with it. He's going to be trying to get that strategy exact.
And you know I will.
Yes,
Absolutely.
he will.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Steve, for having me on board. See,
Oh,
Clint,
this
you
is
know,
fun.
Steve closes his broadcast down. Steve will just, that's it, it's off.
No, I'm going to slow down a little bit, and I'll take my time, folks. I'm about ready to hit the button.
All right, guys.
I'm gonna start talking a little slower. I'm about to exit out of Discord
All
and
right.
shut the
I'm out of it
broadcast
now.
down in a few seconds.
I'm out.
Hey, Bernard says he doesn't have a schedule. That's probably because you got the old file. If you download the new one, it'll have that schedule in there. I think. Yeah, I think when we zip it. Yep, it lets me zip the schedule. So the old one that you had, Bernard, didn't have it, but the new one should. All right, Clue, thanks for joining.
Oh, my pleasure.
And
Thank you so much for sharing this with
we
everybody.
will, I'll be working on pictures and cleaning up some ballpark images. And I know everybody will be looking at lineups and wanting to post stuff. Feel free to reach out in Discord. Uh, and John laid out kind of his lefty righty lineups. And if you tell me what they are, and I'll force them in there.
Yeah.
If the computer's not picking the best quality, we'll do that.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is replace Walker Cooper with Pete Rose.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Please clean up my, yeah, John's like, I can't stand looking at that lineup. I do have your stuff. Steve's still rambling. Yes, I am still rambling on. I'm
All
going to
right.
take a page out of Beatles' book and say goodbye, for next 2 hours.
Hey, enjoy your time off.
I will.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.